And there we go. How's everyone doing? I am interested to see... Oh, right here actually is what I'm hoping to get to. Something at least like that. Something involving oil is the goal for today. Something, hopefully, to the end of green science is where I'm going. Once again, allow me to check audio levels because I've been playing with them a little bit, so I'm going to be quiet for just a second. Yeah, that sounded fine. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and hop in. Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if that was actually the last save I'd had loaded, or if I'd messed with things between now and last time. So, last time we got all of the algae to wood pellets to... I did go all the way to charcoal, yeah? You're charcoal, correct? Charcoal! Good. So, that's kind of what the base is running on at the moment. You can see there's some coal sprinkled in here and there. But if I check the boilers, you can see in the bottom right over there, they are all currently running on charcoal at least. In fact, I'm curious, the coal might just be, burners filling themselves, maybe? Well, perhaps. At any rate, it's got a priority insert, so we should only use coal if we need the coal. This also will definitely get expanded at some point. Like, I certainly don't expect this to be able to, you know, last forever. But we do have other fish to fry. So, one of the things I was thinking about is, how are we going to get better copper supplies in the future? Because I haven't checked the map in a while, and I wanted to see if we had any ore patches. We have thermal water. Really? Still no ore patches have shown up. Okay. I might have to go manually exploring, but I would want to, you know, I'd hope to have a car or something before I went and did that, but to tell you the truth, I'm not actually altogether sure how far away from something like that I am. What I do know that we want, however, is circuits, because circuits are going to open the door to green science. And there is quite a few things that I've researched recently. I know solder, for instance, is going to be important, and that's lead and tin ingots. And that's part of the reason yesterday I was working towards tin. Yeah, the stereotype's a bit rough. It's, you know, part of the challenge, I guess. Let's see. Ferrous mixture. I do know that I enjoy most of these, the combined, like, crossed ore patch type things. I'm not quite at the place where I can use them yet, however. Let's just see what I've got. So, if I started off with circuits, let's just say that's the main focus for right now. I do still need lead. I've got to get lead set up, but that's just another, crushing and smelting setup, basically. And then wooden boards, I already have that. Solder, fairly easy. So yeah, this shouldn't take too terribly long at all. So I'm going to, I suppose, come and grab all the iron that I can. I don't really like that this belt is still only half a belt, but just building the other half of the machines doesn't seem like the right way to go about it, because I still don't have the iron throughput to, you know, support even the ones that I have. So I think I'm going to do something that I've meant to do for a while, and that's just kind of clean up this whole little top area right here. I said literally from the moment that I put this down that it wasn't going to stay, and I think it's finally time I make good on that promise. So I'm going to pick up some of these inserters. These guys can stay, and you'll see why in a moment, though I might have to move them just a little bit. honestly didn't expect I would be able to pick up that chest, but here we are. Okay. So, more what I would like to do here. Yeah, I do think I'm probably... Oh, didn't mean to disconnect that. I do think I'm probably going to... have to... How do I want to do this? I do think I'm going to push everything up just one square. Those are backwards. Just replace all of those, make sure they're facing the right way. And, oh, that's why I didn't do that. Okay. See, now... Hey, how you doing, Tuv? Now I've got my, my Factorio brain on, so... I understand now why these things have happened. So, the main goal is I want this throughput right here to be the priority lane. That should always go at all times. But then I want to split off of it on each side so that I can store some of the copper for when I need it. So I'm going to say output priority left, and this one's output priority right. And then the extras can come up this way and get put into storage. So let me grab my inserters. There we are. 1, 2, 3, 4. But we have to move that one because we still have small power poles. And then I'll just mirror on this side. There we are. Then we need those chests that I just picked up. And put those down there. Wonderful. Okay. Power everything up. And then we just gotta belt the results back in. And put the results back in. So just split in there, split in there. There we are. And then I would like to stockpile when possible, so I will also do kind of the reverse of what we did below and have the main line here be the input priority and then input priority. And then I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing for iron. The reason being, this allows me to have a stockpile of iron for when I need it. So I'm going to just come over here and do like that. I do need a couple more iron chests, of course. And I may as well handcraft a few more inserters. Thankfully, we're getting to the point where I don't have to handcraft all of my inserters anymore. There we go. And get this side in. And the reason I'm doing this, if I didn't specify already, is because I am a little tired of having to come and just vacuum up iron off the belts whenever I need just another like 20 iron plates. So I was very overdue for some sort of, you know, iron in a chest system. And as a nice little side benefit, this should also, kind of in like the jankiest way possible, begin filling both halves of the belt. Even though this isn't exactly a balancer, it'll get the job done until we have the other machines online. It's just, you know, a little silly about it. So, let's see. Yeah, it's gonna take a while to fill up to anything meaningful, but it does help me. Oh, and I have to put all of this copper away, because that's far too much copper for the moment. Alright, how much is that? Oh, I still got... okay, still a little more. Sure, I'll keep that. Why not? saves me from, you know, having to come up and grab more later, I guess. So, I already have an induction furnace and a blast furnace because I was already kind of thinking of setting up another thing, though. I will fully admit that earlier I was thinking of doing silicon, and that's a tech that requires green science, so I'm not super far away from that, but I'm also not very close. That being the case, I'm going to just copy one of these right here. I wanna... Yeah, that's fine. I'll just do from here. I could have done that better, but oh well. I did what I did. Let's go ahead and get this recipe set to lead. And lead, there we are. Note, of course, that the lead smelting has some interesting fluid inputs and outputs, which we will have to deal with. That's why lead got to be last. So, going to move you up, there we are. Go ahead and get at least you placed. And then I'm going to, I guess, finally have to move this guy. I don't have any use for him, so he's just gonna have to chill out of my inventory until I can walk back to my junk chest. Let's get you in here. There we are. And maybe go ahead and place some of these inserters that I'll need. And this guy down here somewhere, wherever he goes. There we are. I'm trying to think what the first thing I want to do here is, and honestly, I think on this one I will go ahead and start with the crushing, just so we can go ahead and start getting a backlog up, because with the tin I didn't have any immediate use for it, so I didn't really care. But with once I have the lead up and running, I think we can just immediately start using it and the tin together to start making things. So it's actually more immediately useful. Oh yeah, I forgot that I wound up accidentally using my crusher room, so I have to have a new crushing area just thrown in here somewhere. Not entirely sure how that's gonna go. But before I get ahead of myself, let's actually make those crushers. I'll remember where crushers are one day. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's, for once, not iron. It's actually stone bricks that I'm short of. And that's plenty. Okay. Well, everything else has 8, so you can have 8 also. Let's see. Okay, these are all green science. You are... Oh, I forgot. I also don't have steel up and ready yet. Maybe I should make... Well, you see, the thing is, I don't think I actually have any immediate uses for steel, though. So maybe lead will be first, and then I'll worry about steel afterwards. Pick those guys up. Oh, you still had ore in you. Why did you have ore in you? How's this going over here? Fresh stone. I'll just throw that in there. This here, if you weren't here for this part, this guy's just mining this single square of steertite that's left. So I don't really care that he's a burner. He gets to just stay until he's done. There's also this little, like, mixed bit of steertite in here that I might worry about at some point, but it's literally more trouble than it's worth for right now. So it just also gets to stay. Fresh stone gets put away. There we are. And you just get put in the furnaces. More copper than I will need for a while. So... Now with the crushers finished, I have to actually figure out where I want to put them. I'm going to go ahead and grab a quick copy of them. Just, you know, that much. Helps with placement. And it would be nice if I could at least have them in line. Would be nice. Always leave room. As I've said, leaving room's a favor to you. Something like that is cool, I guess. Let's, how many inserters? I don't have nearly enough inserters, okay? Oh, and I'm out of iron. Exactly. Like, I'm not having any copper shortages. If I was, and I did panic for just a little while in the beginning there, when I was running out of stereotype because I didn't have a copper source for a while, so I had to really sprint through and get this whole sorting system set up, but I had to commit to building this whole smelting setup a little earlier than I would have liked. And granted, it's not like the copper's free either. Every copper ore that you get from sorting is actually one less iron that you then get from, sapphirite? I think that's correct. I've got to be honest, my, sapphirite, yes, okay. Once you get, like, productivity modules and all, then it's just free, but that's still a good ways off. Why am I up here? Iron. I needed iron. Uh-oh. Why have you stopped? Oh, okay. I guess it was just a lull in production. I didn't like how still everything looked. Okay. See, that's why I wanted chests. That's a little better. So, with the crushers made, I needed inserters. There we go. Just pop those guys down. Let me make sure I get these in the right direction. Okay, so I am going that way. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna have to go look at what I just copy and pasted from, because some of those inserters didn't make sense unless I'm just, stupid. Are you all going the right way? Yeah, you're all going the right way. Okay, okay. You guys too? You are missing an inserter. Okay, but you are all facing the right way, at least. Okay. Let's see. Get the crushers themselves put in. And power poles. Always need more power poles. Okay, and let's see, about mines. Where are the mines? There you are. Just craft a few. Oh, that's maybe that's a lot. Oh well. They'll be done when they're done. Can I move you anywhere? I'll have you be useful. Oh yeah, I can move you in there. Does mean I have to move the whole setup, of course, but it is what it is. Don't know why I moved the one that was actually doing stuff instead of the one that was inactive, but we just won't think about that. Go ahead and throw that hole in there. And there we go. You're still checking through, huh? Anything you could use... Oh, that was the wrong key. You could use just a few more pieces of coal. How do I have a burner? Oh, because I picked up that one. You can just go up there. where you will be forgotten the next time I need to make a crusher and you'd actually be useful, but, you know, such is life. Alright, I've got the crushers in place. The recipe's wrong, so let me change that. And then we need the mines. I'll clear up my inventory junk in a minute. Where'd you go? See, I could, in theory, place these mines so that they overlap both the Rubyte and the steertite, and then deal with it, but... yeah, see, saying that, I know I probably will need to do that in the not distant future, and all of these patches are mixed, so eventually all of their... before the starter patch is gone, I'll have to have some sort of sorting going on anyway, but I'm not ready to commit to that just yet. So instead, we'll just place them carefully. And it's not like I need a tremendous amount of lead right now. I have no belt. Yep, that's about what I expected. Okay, one more trip up top. Fortunately, I won't have to do this quite so often in the near future, because there's honestly not that much more to set up on the beneath part of the base. That should just kind of hold its own for a while. And here we are. Just, honestly, yeah, all of them. Grab a bunch of you. Bunch of you. Alright. Grab some circuits while I'm at it. How many? Oh yeah, I'm basically out of circuits. Fill up, fill up, fill up. And... a few more. Okay. That was all I had buffered on the belts, and that's all I really need. Go ahead and throw this one random ore into the melter as I run by. And let's finally get this Rubyte set up. Actually, I don't want to run the belt over the ore patch, so let's just go ahead and go down and around this pipe. Oh, that's still not quite far enough. There we go. And up the middle. Guess I can leech power from over here. I don't like that. That'll have to move eventually, so why put it there? And then just expedite things. Make sure I haven't screwed anything up. Of course. Okay. Maybe expedite a little more. Okay, there we go. So then, crushed stone. Crushed stone is becoming a problem rather quickly. Just because these belts are so limiting. Actually, this one... is it okay that you're backed up? Yeah, because you're free-flowing over there, so you're fine. Where can I just, like, weasel in a little more crushed stone? Okay, I'm seeing this spot right here. And I think this spot will have to do. There we are. Okay, as I've done before, we're just going to bring everything up and over. How does that line up? Ooh, I would... well... it's... fine. It's almost fine. I can do something like this, I guess. And then we'll just say crushed stone. Probably just picked some up. Yep. Crushed stone, filtered on the left. And it's not exactly beautiful, but it'll get the job done. Pick that guy up. And there we go. Also have to pick this up. That's fine. Now the actual ore itself has to get in there somewhere. And that's getting to be a pretty good long ways away. This is backed up, but that's probably okay because that's nickel. Okay. And we're not using nickel for anything. I'm not even sure we're actually fully smelting nickel, so that is a-okay. I don't have one of the actual sorting machines. I guess I just didn't make one of those. That's gonna be more stone brick, so let's go grab some stone brick. That should last a little while. Ah, gears. Should grab more gears the next time I'm up top. I guess, while I'm thinking about it, might as well handcraft a few. And while I'm waiting for that to craft, I'll just start snaking the belt over somewhere. There we go. And just keep on keeping on. Okay, I need the input to be over here, so let's go ahead and draw that out. I do have the first machine done now. Wood is kind of always in the way of everything, I'm starting to notice. So I guess I'll run it from here. There we are. Then just underground you like so, and that's connected. I've connected you to the output. Let's not do that. Oh, that does mean actually that I want to move you back one. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I'm just undergrounding wood. Whatever. It's, yeah, it's not beautiful, but it is what it is. We'll go like that, and then this one can continue over here. And up. Not that I actually need that in place right now, but, you know, it's there for the future. Do need inserters. So let's... Are you just two on top? One down for the power pole. I could copy and paste this, of course, but every time I copy and paste one of these, then I have to go in and... I mean, setting the recipe is like literally a second of effort, so it's not that big of a deal. I guess I'm just more worried that I may at some point forget to set the recipe, and then that's more of a headache. Just notice those are lopsided too, anyway. Alright, whatever, you get to be lopsided. Where can I connect power? It's one square off. Okay. Those connect just fine, but these don't. And I'm just not gonna worry about it. Alright, so once again we have slag. Oh, more nickel. I actually kind of forgot this also gave me a source of nickel. So the slag gets pumped over this way, that's nothing too bad. Might as well go ahead and lay that in somewhere. Don't really want to go below this line here, which does make it a little bit of a challenge, but I'll just aim for about this level. These trees are in the way now, so they've got to go. And let's just set the splitter right around here with a slag filter. Let me actually pick up a piece of slag so that I don't have to go looking for it forever. There we are. And out you go. With the slag filtered out, now I have to filter the nickel out, and I'll just, you know, send it that way again. Maybe join in... the boxes are temporary, but still, they make it a little tricky. So, I guess I'll have to come in here and kind of snake up somehow? That's not great. I could go above it. Yeah, that'll be weirder long term, but short term it's definitely better. So we'll go above it. Aim for this level here. And just run it on over. Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking if I wanted to do something with these chests where I, like, and take it out this direction, that would be in the way, but I have absolutely no reason to do that, so let's just continue this way. I might want some sort of priority here in the future. Oh, I did not filter you yet. That's a problem. I got to do that. Okay. So then... go here. Filter you to nickel. So then the lead ore can continue up, and the nickel will go this way, and I'll have to come through and pick up this whole belt. Not much. No big deal. And there we are. Go ahead while I'm over and bring the coal this way. How far you gotta go? Let's go ahead and... honestly, once again, the wood is, like, right in the way of where I'd like to be doing things, but it is what it is. So... yeah, I'll go ahead and run you. That way I can just visualize this better. Okay, so I'm going to have you come this way, join with the coal here, and then split this way. And that way, in the future, I can plug in this one as well by just running a belt over that way. Like that. Do need some inserters for the output, of course. Don't think I need two. Do I have two on this guy? I do for, like, iron. But I think I'm probably fine for now. Okay, so on any of the other ones, we'd be done at this stage. But of course, we do still need the gas. So not only do we need oxygen as an input, we need something to do with sulfur dioxide gas once we output. So I'm going to worry about the input part first, and then we'll circle around and worry about the sulfur dioxide. Reason being, oxygen, fairly easy to work with. In fact, if I just come here, you can see that while it is used in quite a few things up here, it's also fairly easy to make, including just electrolysis. There's various different ways we can do electrolysis, and we'll almost certainly get there in the future when we need hydrogen, and we'll probably have a surplus of oxygen at that point. But the way I'm most interested in getting oxygen right now is air separation. So air separation, as you can see, is going to require a chemical plant and an air compressor. So let's go ahead and see if I can just make that yet. To be honest, a lot of the time I'm doing research just to have the research done. Chemical plant, I think is what I needed. I literally just said it. Yes, chemical plant. So, how is this recipe? That's electrolysis. Chemical plant, assuming 0.5 crafting speed. Oh, crafting speed 1.75? Okay, sure. Sure, why not? So that's nearly 1 second for 50 oxygen. You take 15 oxygen. Yeah, 15 oxygen a second. Just wanted to make sure. So 40 is, yeah, 40 is a lot. 40 will definitely last us a while. Let me make sure so that's 100 compressed air. We get 200 compressed air in 6 seconds. So, okay, so we might need another air filter then. Yes, so air filter has a sane crafting speed of 1. So you do take 3 seconds to produce 100, which is what you required. Well, yes, more or less. So I'll make 2 air filters to go with the 1 chemical plant. Are the ratios perfect? Nah, but they're, you know, they're solid. Good enough. Go ahead and throw some of my junk away while I'm here. Might as well throw some of this nickel out. And alt is off once again. Not really sure how that keeps happening. Why can't I... Oh, what are you? I'm an idiot. I wonder how many people noticed that. I just saw light green ore and it's like, oh, I already have that. I wonder how many people noticed that. Fortunately, this wasn't moving at all, otherwise that would have caused me some real headache. Nickel and tin. Nickel and tin. Guess that's what happens when you come back after a break. Okay. So let's just switch this filter to that direction. Have that go that way, and then we'll have 10 go this way. I do know that we do need 10 actually. Now that I think about it, I know we have recipes that require 10 in the fairly near future. I was just you know, I was seeing light turquoise metal and just kind of filled in from there. Well, that's no big deal. Just means we need another one of these guys, another one of these guys, and so on. We're no strangers to setting up smelting at this point, so we'll just make another. But before we get there, before we get too sidetracked, let's go ahead and finish up the gases. I'm not 100% sure where I want the gases to be. I am going to have more chemical processes in the future, of course. So I would like it if there was a more centralized area where the gases could be. My first thought is kind of down here because I already have so much processing happening down here, and there's a little bit, just the tiniest bit of chemical production. That being the, why am I blanking? There we are. That being the carbon dioxide up here for the algae. But honestly, that's not a good reason to shove it down here. If I were to look at the map, we have kind of a blank space over this way, because production's going to go this way, and ore is going to continue this way. So I would like if we could have, like, gas and oil products over here. That is right in the middle of a forest, however. Might also need to take care of this biter base soon. Some of these desert bases are going to be an issue. Yeah, looking at it, I think I'll probably follow this clearing right here and set up somewhere in this vicinity. Though I don't want to box in science either. So maybe right around here, around where ore is, I'll start expanding chemical processes that way. I think that sounds like a solid idea. Just right over in this way. That is a lot of trees to cut through, though, now that I look at it. That's a lot of trees. Maybe instead... Yeah, picking where something goes is always the hardest part of playing one of these larger mod packs where you have so much stuff to build, but you're not entirely sure how much of anything that you will require. So maybe I'll start on this edge right here, kind of like right back this way, and just start evening all of this out. It does mean chopping through some of my trees, and I like my trees, but, you know, we need room. Gotta do what you gotta do. I'm not entirely sure how much space I'm going to need in the future, but for right now our space requirements are fairly small. And of course, depends on how far into the future you mean as well, because late game petrochem is sprawling and massive, and this is definitely not a large enough space for, like, full oil processing or anything. I'm just trying to carve out a little gas processing area. Grenades... That's a... trying to remember off the top of my head. Let's just see. Green Science. I think that's pretty normal. I think you typically get grenades at Green Science. Which, if I were more invested in, I could have certainly sprinted to by this point. But I am trying to keep things a little bit nice so that I can expand it when needed. It's always a trade-off though, because sometimes having the better tech makes it easier to expand, and so having a little bootstrap base is oftentimes the better solution than trying to get everything nice from the beginning. Oh yeah, building into trees without grenades is a little painful. Let's start these guys just, you know, right here-ish. I'll leave 2 spaces between them so that I can have a power pole, and if I really need to, something else in the middle. Where can I pull power from that isn't in the way of absolutely everything? Nowhere. Okay. We'll just pull power from here, I guess? Just sure. Good. Then a chemical plant. No, I made one. There you are. We'll leave 1, 2, 3, 4 tiles of space, and then connect you up. You're going to be air separation. Air, air, and let's get some pipes to connect you up. I don't like that you're offset by literally 1. But, you know, we will, I guess, have more machines, so it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, I can still walk through that, so that's fine. Bring some power up. Oh, I moved you, so gotta set the recipe again. First stream saved you from that headache. Had a whole plan for a bunch of furnace stacks. Realized I should go into sorting, watch it. Yeah. Well, see, I suffer so you don't have to. The whole furnace and sorting debacle really, I don't know how much time it sent me back. It was probably only like half an hour or something, but man, I feel like I wasted 4 hours doing that. It felt rough. I'll just say that. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with all of this nitrogen gas yet, and I actually don't have very good recipes for either voiding or doing things yet. I think I have gas stacks. I think I researched them, but if I can use it for something, I'd like to. It is used in the silicon recipes, but I haven't quite gotten to there yet. I could take a major diversion and make coke. Don't think I'm gonna do that though. Yeah, in the very short term, unfortunately I don't have any like large storage tanks or anything, so I think I will probably just straight up void it. I mean, I'm making it for free. It literally just costs power. I'm not going to stress over it. I am going to just void it. Might go ahead and craft up some iron pipes since they're a common ingredient. Where'd that flare stack go? Here we are. And just void you immediately. Let's do something more like that, actually. Just makes it easier to get the oxygen in and out. And let's see, where do you even need to go? So you need to go down here. Yeah, ideally I'd like to be able to run it just straight down here and then over, but I don't want to deal with all this. I might anyway. It's just nicer that way. I think I will. Which does mean a little more tree chopping, but it's not the end of the world. Haven't had to make pipes in a while. Good thing with furnace stack, once you fall for it, you'll remember. Yeah. Most likely. I'll say most likely. I can't promise I've literally never done that before, but it's, you know, I don't think I've done it as bad as I did. That's something that leaves a lasting impression. It's just one of those things where, you know, you finally get down to just copper and iron ore, just regular old copper and iron, and you're like, oh good, let's go, let's smelt it up. And then it doesn't quite work out. A little more. I'm just looking on my mini-map over there to try and kind of loosely line up where I need to be. And I think it's somewhere around in here, so I'll just go ahead and cut this way, but let me zoom out a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. I might go just a smidge lower, actually. Not that I need to clear out this much room. I'm not running a belt. I'm going to be running underground pipes, but still, I want to loosely know where I'm going to be going. In fact, I might run this portion of it backwards. Helps plan things out where things need to go, because there's all these belts in here that are in the way, so actually I only really have this line right here that's free and ready to go. So let's hold the holy line. Yeah, there's a good bit of stuff that's right in the way here, but we will just have to deal. Including the power pole. Okay, I will move you over literally 1 square. That's somehow worse. Yeah, all of this stuff is so in the way. I'll go from here then. That also works. And then I can just drag. And the great thing about Factorio pipe placement is that it's smart enough that if it can't fit the belt, or if it can't fit the pipe where it needs to go at the full reach extent, it'll just place it at the most convenient nearest location. It's a little hard to see you, so just gonna tear that down. And then I'm gonna run up and run a pipe down this way. Oh, come on. Let me through. Thank you. Good enough for me. There we are. And connect. I don't think I actually connected up here, so I'm gonna go... Yeah. There we are. Oh, the flare stack takes power. Okay. What's your pollution like? Okay, 15 is not wonderful, but it's not terrible. Now we just connect you up, which does mean I have to underground this tiny little section here. And I will use underground pipes just so I can run through them. Okay. So that portion's done. We still have the output gas to deal with. And I would really rather not void you also, if I didn't have to. Could start... Like... Yeah, there's not a lot of uses for this. I don't have anything that uses sulfuric acid yet. I don't have any reason to make pulping liqueur. I don't even have paper. I'm not worried about puffers yet. And I have no storage. So I think I'm probably going to have to just void you also, which I would rather not do, but here we are. We'll come back to it. Oh, I just have to find them. I know you're in here. Hold on. I never remember that there's a search here. It's very useful, but I never remember it exists. There we are. And then I might actually... how are you powered? You have power on the other side. That makes sense. Just kind of like... Where are you? You don't feel even. What's going on? Hold on. Have I done something wrong? No, that's even. Oh, this inserter is just too low. There we go. I don't know why that was so hard for me to figure out. I was staring right at it. There we go. Okay, you're going to make molten lead. I will need molten solder, which is also going to take these lead ingots, of course, but for right now, I'm just worried about the basic lead recipe. I don't even think much takes just straight up lead, but, you know, it's there for right now. I suppose the next thing I want to do is tin, then, because I do know that I need tin. And then I'll worry about a dedicated area that does solder. So let's go ahead and make a couple more. How many of these can I make? Let's just say 4 for right now. And then, oh, 3 of those, so that works out well. And it's actually stone bricks that I'm limited on right now. Look at how many pipes I have to craft. I definitely want to go make something. I might even just divert right now, because I've said it like 7 times. I want to go make something that makes pipes. Where am I? Stone's up here. I was walking without looking where I was going. There we are. And then 1 more of those. So yeah, quick diversion. And then I'll come finish that up. Actually, let me throw all of this junk in over here. Pipes are something I don't often automate until I have engines, because I just don't need pipes very often. But in this case, they are much needed. Just clearing out a little more room so I can drag the line forward. I will at some point want red ammo up on this section as well, but again, that requires steel, and I haven't really had much combat yet, so I'm not that worried about it. I don't even know if I've gotten to medium biters yet. Like, I've been playing for a while. I just started zooming in like I was going to have radar coverage over there. But I don't think I have medium biters yet. Go right here-ish. Yeah, right there or so for pipes. I'm second-guessing myself just a little bit, but yeah, I don't really see a better place to shove it. I just don't like how far that pushes me forward for a single item I'm not going to be getting much use out of. So I might just throw it over here. It's less organized, a little more janky, but it is honestly a better use of space. I'll just keep a couple stacks of pipes. Same reason I just wanted a couple extra gear assemblers up here so that I could have a couple stacks of gears whenever I needed to grab one. Go ahead and grab a little more iron while I'm up this way as well. Okay, so now we need the blast furnaces, we need induction smelters, and I should have made 4 of each. Yes, I did. So, how much room am I keeping? We've got 3 belts in the middle, power... yeah, okay. So something like that. That doesn't stay. And like so. And then just standard 1, 2, 3 in the middle. And I don't know why I actually placed that. I've been doing ghosts for literally everything. There we are. You can be 10. Let me make sure. Is this even correct? This isn't even correct. Okay, never mind. Hold on. Why? What? Okay, you're 10, you are nickel. Okay, I was so confused for a second there. I was like, how is that working? Yes, this right here is nickel. Okay. Let me just... nickel, yes, okay, okay, there we go. I'll sort it out. I have so much trash on me. I'll deal with it later. You. We don't have nickel smelting. Okay, I guess nickel gets to go in a box. I kind of expected to just be able to smelt nickel, but it gets to go away. So just like I did for silicon for the moment, it's just gonna go in a box. I might actually, for the sake of organization and not having a billion belts going everywhere down here, I already put lead in place, but I will actually probably reserve this then for silicon, and then I'll have one reserved for whatever this nickel, and then I'll have my alloys after that. So let's go. Yeah, something like that's fine. So silicon, nickel, and then steel or solder. I'll probably put solder here, and then steel. Interchangeable, doesn't matter. And again, that's mostly just so that I don't have, well, actually, I don't need those for solder and steel. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't need those for solder and steel because they actually take the ingots, which I'm already producing up top. Though maybe steel... yeah, when I get the steel, I'll deal with it. I think steel might actually take ore and gas and stuff, so I may need the steel one. I just don't remember the recipe 100%. Before I worry about casting tables and all, I am going to go ahead and get all of these guys in place. Let's bring you down just a little bit. Okay, there we go. Just a little cleanup. And then... Okay, I said you were going to be silicon. So I will actually go ahead and pick you up, because I can't do silicon right now. Then you are for nickel. And I guess I don't need this right now. In that case, if I'm worried about solder, solder is going to be tin and lead, I think. Molten solder is tin and lead ingots, yes. Okay. So that means an induction furnace. I hadn't really built this space so that I could have multiple induction furnaces per blast furnace. So I am just kind of puzzling out where exactly I want to put this. I do have this room up here I'm using for buffering for plates, and I don't think I'm going to worry about... maybe I do want to buffer, like, solder, but I don't really know. I'm probably just rather buffer the products made from solder than the solder itself, but buffers are always good. Also going to be a mess trying to get these ingots up and out. Though I certainly don't think it's worthwhile making more blast furnaces for it. I could, but I don't think it's worth it, because I don't think we even use 10 plates for very much at all. Like, I can hit recipes and... Oh, they literally are not used. Okay, well that makes that a lot easier. I don't need casting machines for 10 plates then. Just clean that up. I wonder about some of the other molten metals then. Let me check out, like, molten lead. So that comes in, and that's going to make lead plate, let's say. Yeah, so no uses for lead plate, so I don't need lead plate. I will use molten lead in glass, lead sheets, lead coil, which I think none of these are even something I'm going to have to worry about for a while. Maybe this one, let me just look ahead a little bit. Lead plate, it is green science. Okay, I might need the lead plate. I was almost thinking I might not even need this. I might just need the lead ingots, but I'll go ahead and leave this in place then. How about the molten tin? Molten tin, okay, certainly has some uses, so it also gets to stay. But what I'm thinking is then, I will probably move the molten tin over to this side, since I was always planning for, like, iron and copper having two sides anyway. I don't imagine needing that much throughput for tin. So I'll probably move the actual tin recipes over there. Let me just do that. And then this can be my my alloying space. So you get to be, say, solder. And then just, once again, like that. Because that way I have literally tin right there, and then lead right there. They can just come together and go in here. It does mean I'll have a little bit of wonkiness when I go to input to these machines, because originally I was planning on having them all input off this one central belt. But it is what it is, you know? So I'll go like that. And let's get the lead in here. Guess I can pick that up for now. Split somewhere around in here, but it will have to move once I have the second machine. Actually, I guess I can probably split right here, and that's ideal. Like that. Just thinking how I can guarantee that there's lead and tin in both. And that is a little tricky. Without some sort of, like, sighted shenanigans, but if there was, in theory, another machine right here... Oh, who am I kidding? I'm not going to need four blast furnaces worth of material here, and if I do, I think that is a worthy enough project for a redesign, I'd say. So... you can come something like that. Why aren't you running? You don't have output, that's why you aren't running. I'd say that's a fairly good reason. Alright, and then we'll get solder going from there. Of course, this isn't, you know, this isn't going to be 2 ratio or anything, but how much throughput do I need on this, and I'll expand it as needed. So that's all good. I have no idea what these are here for. Oh, these were the casting that I do not need. Actually, I might need to cast something. I haven't really looked ahead that far. Oh, you are just made in a casting machine. Okay. So I do still need the casting machine then. I was assuming since it looked to be some sort of wire that I would not need the casting machine. But I was mistaken. There we are. And we're going to cast solder. What other... I have bronze in here. I don't know of anything that needs bronze right now. So, just solder. Okay, so there's soldering wire finished, or at least it should be. Oh, I did not connect it. There we go. Very nice. Okay, so that's step 1. Step 1 of getting capacitors, that is. I do need carbon, but carbon's very easy. Oh, well, actually I need tinned wire for capacitors. What was it that needed solder? It was the circuits themselves. Okay, well that's even better. Because I know it's 4 components per circuit, so we will not be going through an incredible amount of this stuff then. You know, as opposed to if we needed 4 per circuit. Tinned wire is carbon, which is just basically smelted coal. Tinned wire, though. Okay. Tinned wire coil, copper wire, and tin plate. Why would I not use this one? 10 copper wire to 410. I guess if you were... Yeah, I'm not really sure why you wouldn't just use this one. This one just seems better. Strand casting machine. Okay, do I actually have access to you? You are red and green. That's why you wouldn't just immediately use that one. Okay. So we have to use the less efficient recipe to start with, which is copper plates and... I already forget. Hold on. So, copper wire and tin plate. Okay. So we do need a temporary setup that will produce that. Which does mean I need tin plate. Which I think I literally just tore down. Because you're tin, right? Okay. I'm so paranoid now about mixing up nickel and tin, I have to keep double checking. So, I have casting for solder wire. I guess I will have casting for tin over here and try and... Yeah, it's not gonna be pretty, but it's gonna work. You're going to be tin plate. Let's flip you, I suppose. Oh yeah, everything about this is asymmetrical. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts my brain. Okay. Let's go. Well, actually, fun thing is that since machines won't load themselves with product they aren't supposed to, we don't even have to separate this. This will just only take the 10. Wonder what the ratio is here. Okay, it is even ratio, but whatever. If that becomes a problem, it becomes a problem, and then we have to fix it. Alright, so that's going to produce the 10 plate that we need, and that can just run up this way as well. This is much more scuffed than I was hoping it would be, but here we are. Okay, let's take a diversion for a moment and start thinking about circuits. We're going to need a fairly large area for circuits, but it does look like we can freely expand this way for quite a while, so I don't see any reason not to. Just keep everything moving along. So we're going to need a dedicated line of copper wire. So let's say that starts... let's say that starts like here. I guess I should go ahead and start handcrafting more assemblers. I really should get a like a little basic mall up and running soon, but for now, everything's upgrading so fast. Like everything, I anticipate replacing so much of this that a mall hasn't seemed worth it yet. But something to just make me like inserters and assemblers and all, that would be pretty nice at this point. I think I went one too far. Oh no, that was perfect. Okay. Do that. Work you up. You're going to be copper wire, which is not in there. Oh, it's somewhere. Oh, copper wire. I'm not trying to build to any particular ratio. In fact, I cannot support even close to this much production, so let's just go ahead and scale that back. Scale those ambitions back to about there. What sort of ratio am I looking at, though? So, a 2-to-1 with a half-second crafting time. That's pretty rough, I'm gonna be honest. Because there's no way I'm supplying 10 copper wire every half second, so it'll just be what it'll be, you know? Component. Let's see, that's 2 tinned wire and a carbon. So I've got to get carbon. Fortunately, I already have coal up here. Maybe I will make... just, like, try and make a third. I don't think there's any way that's happening, but... We'll be ambitious. Belting doesn't make any sense here, so I'm going to use the same sort of thing that I did for circuits over here. Just something like that. And again, of course, these ratios aren't even approaching correct, but I'm just trying to get it working, and then we can get it working good, you know? We unlock a better recipe for this with literally green science anyway, so this won't stay forever. So we have our wire now. That's going to be used in with these guys. So next up is just carbon. Carbon is oxygen and charcoal, so that's not too bad. Is there a better way we could get it, though? I could crush coal. I could crush coal. Like, that's not a bad idea. hold on. Before I get too lost in the weeds, let me... So, we're starting from you, going for carbon. The default recipe that it shows is in a liquefier with steam and coke. Of course, I could make you with charcoal and oxygen, but that might be more wasteful. So the steam and coke doesn't seem a bad idea. Like, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. Yeah, we'll go the steam and coke route, which is a little more involved, but I think it's a little more efficient, and I think we'll be making these for a long, long time, so actually picking something efficient now is important. Oh, on the other hand, though, this coke does require coal, just straight up coal, like it has to be coal. Whereas, if I try and make carbon through this process, I could use the wood setup. And I think that's probably a better idea. I would just have to somehow get the charcoal up here, but I'm no stranger to running very long belts. And in that case, all it would need is oxygen. And I think that's just the better way to go. I think that just makes more sense. Somehow... Oh, I know how I keep turning off Alt now. It's if I go to Alt-click on something... Okay, I've been wondering how I've been accidentally turning off Alt mode so often. Because that's not usually a problem that I have. Anyway, how did I get inputs over here? Let me just go steal my previous ideas. That makes sense. So, outputs there, inputs there. That's not too bad. Yeah, I can do something like that. That's no big deal. Okay. If I am going to do that, though, that does mean a little bit of a trek, and I'm going to need more belts. I just started running down there and noticed I had 9 belts left. Guess while I'm running, I should go ahead and make that liquefier wherever it is. Liquefier, there we go. Oh, why are you empty? Hold on. Much bigger problems just presented themselves. I have no carbon, because there's no wood, because there's no wood. Oh, why is there no wood? Oh, I forgot I was hand-feeding this iron. Okay. Okay. That's important enough to do something about. So, let me see what I can do about it. How on earth am I gonna get iron down there? Huh. Okay. I guess I'm going to just snake a belt down the left-hand side here. Where do I even need to get to? So I need to get to down here. That is, that's quite the trek. That's quite the trek. But, yeah, it's important. Especially if I'm going to now be relying on it even more. I can't just move it, can't... No, it needs a water source, so it really does need to be down there. So... yeah, okay. I'm just gonna run a little bit. I guess this isn't doing much good there anymore, so let's move you, like, over here. something like that. So let's just run this belt down somewhere this way, and start supplying the wood with an actual supply of iron. This is one of those moments where bots would be really nice. And see? Leaving room between your setups. It's just a favor to yourself. Start running this guy just straight down. There's a little bump we'll have to underground. How funny. What a horrible knot we wound up in. Oh, that's the wrong way. And oh, I can't really come this way, actually. That's just in the way of everything. Okay, guess we're gonna go this way then. And just keep on bringing it down. Okay, don't connect it to the splitter. Let's not do that. So we've still got to get over there. Ooh, what a mess. What a mess. Oh, man, okay. Yeah, I think I'll have to bring it along here, but this is getting, like, real dicey now. I have, like, a whole bus before my actual bus now. Crushed sapphirite and coal isn't a bad idea. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. If I were to consider that for a moment, let's just, let's walk over. So crushed sapphirite comes over this way and goes up to get sorted. I could steal a little bit from it. Like, I could do that. I could. But I've already got the iron down here. So, I think I'll just run it over, but maybe that would have been the smarter choice if I hadn't already run this line all this way. Just clear out a little more room. I think that should do it. Oh, a little too low. There we go. And now where am I aiming? I'm aiming for this top stretch right here, I guess, because I can't really bring it down and under. That wouldn't make any sense. So just right along in here. Yeah, we're gonna have, because of these short underground belts, this is going to get interesting, but we can manage. There we are. And there we go. Just for this one assembler, so he can make saw blades. Go ahead and just... there. Okay, so that's, I'm glad I came down to check on that, because that was certainly a problem that needed to be fixed. I was wondering why the pollution cloud was getting to be so big. I was thinking I must have really outstripped my ability to absorb it. No, it just turns out the entire greenhouse area had shut down. How long do you take before you run? Okay, that's not too bad. So these guys are already up and running? Okay. Or at least one of them was. Okay, so charcoal comes down. We've been supplying power with it for a while. It does mean I'm gonna need to expand it so that I can have extra to bring back up. If I want extra to bring up, where is the bottleneck here? So now that these guys are in full swing, I'm just gonna let them produce for a second. Make sure they don't stop running. Like this guy here, are you able to fully empty before you fill up? No. Okay. So we do... There's not a lot we can do about that without just better belt, though. Like, I could try and maybe get a second belt down into here, and that's not the craziest idea. Let me make a bunch more assemblers first. Furnace capacity, we've got, like, an abundance of furnace capacity. Literally only these first two furnaces have ever kicked on. So... let me just make another couple of these guys. And what I think I will do is just underground right there. And then steal another belt from here. And then this belt can go this way, and this one can come down this way. It does leave this guy on a corner, but oh well. In theory, it shouldn't matter. If our problem is we need more capacity here, then having to pull from a corner here shouldn't be a problem, because this belt should always be full. So let's just go... power pole's in the way, so let's just raise all of these a square. And I suppose I will just copy all of this. I wish there was a way I didn't have to copy the power poles too, but there we go. There we are. Okay, get everyone in place. We do need more inserters. Always more inserters. There we go. Make sure we put your outputs on you, and then just start belting you in. This is now very imbalanced. Is there anything I can do about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I could do something like that. Not that that's wonderful, but it works. Guess I should actually drag the belt over for these guys too. Okay, so how does this work? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just making sure I had my counting right. Okay, I think I actually need more output, more inserter output from these guys, which is going to make it a little complicated, because yeah, we're definitely pulling this full belt here, and these guys definitely aren't able to output fast enough. So we do need just more inserters. Just need more. Trying to figure out the best way to do that, because that is fairly That's a fairly difficult ask, to be honest. But I do need the throughput if I'm going to be stealing from this. Well, nothing to be done about it but a third belt. Move you one over. Move you down here. This is at least the easy one, because I can just put another inserter there. But for here, for example, that's going to be a little more challenging. I might handcraft a couple undergrounds, because I'm willing to bet I'm going to need them. Okay, that wasn't too bad. That gets a third inserter on you, and how do I get a third inserter on you? That's a little trickier. Okay, how does it work out if I did this? Wait, aren't you both outputting to the same? I'll trust my past self. We'll see what happens. Okay. Very good. So now, of course, these are all outputting to the inside of the belt, which isn't, like, crazy good. But I can do something like that. That only leaves you as a problem, but it does leave you as a problem. Okay. This is not a good solution, but it is a solution. Nope. Maybe that doesn't work, actually. That didn't look like it was working. So let's move you up one. Like that. Okay. I think that's a little overkill. As far as just, you know, over-engineered. But at the same time, I would really like to get my my max throughput, if possible. So we're gonna see if that helps at all. Have I even done anything? It might be the case that we're getting bottlenecked through here, though that doesn't look like a full belt either. Where are we full? Full here. We are definitely full in places. Like, there are definitely places that can't output. If I was planning on this much output from the beginning, I could have definitely done this in a better way. And that might just be the answer, is just rip it out and make it better. I was just hoping that wasn't the case, but... why, you know... I could probably stand here and fiddle with it for another 20 minutes, and it would still not be as good as if I just ripped it out and remade it. And that's one of the great things about Factorio, is no matter what you make, you can always just pick it up and make it again. So let's just, let's try that one more time. So... near... up... bar... middle. Yeah, those two... okay. So let's say those two get to go together. These two get to go together. And these two get to go together. Okay. So this belt now has 3 inserters on it. It should be finished. This belt has 2. There's its 3rd, it's finished. This belt has 2. How can I pick you up without picking you up? That's an interesting challenge. Could I just move you? I could do that. And then... on? Because I don't want them all outputting to the same side. So I would want to do something like that. Which isn't incredible. What if... okay. What if I did something weird like... that, then? And then you can go up there. Like that. There we go. And there's 3 belts out, with 3 inserters each. Was that wonderful? No, but it works. And there we go. So that should now be full output, full capacity, and if it's not, then it's at least 50% more than I had before. Okay, just barely. Just barely, it does look like we're outputting more than we are creating now. Like if this dips below 50, we're golden. Yes, there we go. Okay. Fantastic. And yes, it does look like we're now feeding, even if not at constant uptime, it does look like we're now able to feed all of these machines, unless that was just a backlog. Ooh, that. Okay, once this backlogs, we might be able to feed all of these machines. So let's just wait a second. Okay, there we go. So this line has mostly backlogged. I mean, there is some constant consumption here, but we're mostly backlogged. That's going to come down and feed into these. Uh, 150. Hold on. I should actually just look at ratios for this. So you each consume 1 2/3 per second. So with 10 of you, that's 16.6 per second. Each of you produce 3. Well, that's only 10 per second, actually. So yeah, I am now no longer producing this fast enough to keep up with this. But honestly, that's a fine place to be, because there are pretty easy upgrades for these machines in the not-too-far future. And, you know, before I was capped on production down here, now I'm capped up here, and I'm kind of fine with that. I am curious to see, now that these are going to be running, if I get enough charcoal to handle power and allow me to siphon some off. Let me just throw these in the farm machine since they aren't going to get too much. Does look like slowly but surely that's filling up the charcoal, so that should be a little better than it was before. I wonder if that's having any effect on my... Alrighty, there's a massive effect on pollution. Okay. Very nice to see. Alright, so this is up and running again. If I'm producing... only 10 of this is actually a surprisingly small amount. And if I had better belts, I would probably be more keen on expanding production here. Like, I might be able to squeeze some in over this way. But being that I'm so limited on belt speed... Oh, and see, somehow we're backing up anyway. Like, I'm not insane, that doesn't make sense, right? Because 3 of these, that's 10 per second, and each of these should be, like, all of these together should be consuming 16.6 per second. So how can there be a belt backup? Okay, well, this one's empty now. I don't know. It is what it is. Like I was saying, if I had better belts, I'd probably be more keen on snaking more of these in, but it looks like each of these machines probably needs its own dedicated belt, which would have been a much smarter way to organize this. Why did I not organize this as 1 belt per machine? I knew I needed 3 belts, I had 3 machines. Yeah, okay, whatever, that would have been smarter, but instead we get this. Enjoy. Well, the whole point of this, let's get back to circuit making. It does look like we have a surplus of charcoal now, which is very nice to see. So I'm going to take some of this, and we're going to take it up top and turn it into circuits. Now, note that this belt is mixed coal and carbon, so if I were to try and just run it, then I would get both coal and carbon on the belt. So we do want to make sure we set a filter first. In fact, I will probably set a ghost so I can do this without getting junk on the belt. Charcoal. And... yep, that's correct. You can't filter one of the sides of this guy. Like, I couldn't say don't put coal over here and then still allow both coal and charcoal down this way. If you, I don't know. See, the fun thing is that I'm never really sure who's watching these. Are you all experienced Bobs and Angels experts? Or are you watching this and have no idea even what's happening half the time? So, sometimes I do feel the need to explain the little bits, like in Factorio. If I were to now put another belt here, since this side's filtered to charcoal, only not charcoal would come out this side, which would be coal. I do have to now snake this the entire way back, but I'm no stranger to that at this point. Somehow this gap is incorrect between these two sorters, but honestly I think I will just take advantage of that and run charcoal up this way if I have room. Oh, I don't have room there. So I'll go ahead and run it down over here somewhere then. I might in fact run it along the wood here and then have to cut over and go up in that direction. I don't think that's too bad. In fact, let's just go ahead and mark that path out. Like so. Does mean having to get the belt through all of this somehow. Ah, blue science, huh? Blue science is tough. I was talking about that last time actually. You get to Angel's Petrochem, that's a filter. A lot of people lose interest at Petrochem. They just look at it and like fully understand too. I'm not like, you know, saying anything about it. I definitely understand. I balked the first time I saw Petrochem myself. It's a lot. I am just kind of staring at this, waiting for a magic path that isn't terrible to appear. I think I might pull it around this way and up if possible. Though I already have the belt here, so maybe it would make more sense to come up this way. I am worried about cramping this if I need more wood production in the future, but moving a belt isn't that big of a deal, really. It's mostly getting through this. This is pretty dense. If I even just had a little bit of landfill or something, this would be no big deal. I could just move this down here, but as it is, it's a bit of a pain. Okay, that makes sense. Got through Petro and then... yeah, okay. I can also definitely see the perspective of just powering through Petro and the massive burnout afterwards. I know the feeling, yeah. I played a couple different Greg Tech packs. If you're unfamiliar with Greg Tech, it's a Minecraft, like, big tech pack. I should actually be building while I'm talking rather than procrastinating. But, like, very big, complex, kind of Angel-style tech pack. And I have definitely finished very complex chemical chains before and then just had to get up and take a break. Just... It hurts your brain. Should probably go ahead and make a couple undergrounds while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I literally already need one. Let's get this down here. And then somehow I have to get this over here, but that's like the least problematic part of this entire build. That's 3 squares, so I'll have to come up this way. Wait. Why am I stealing from down here? That makes this whole thing so much more complicated than it needs to be. Hold on. I can just steal from here. I do want to, for now, just to see what it's like, I want to priority output into power and just see if that still gives me enough output for circuits or not. Let's see. Okay, bring this over that way. I'm not going to need to expand this for a while, and if I do, again, moving a belt is like the least of my worries at this point. I need 2 belts. There we go. Okay. So that horrible monstrosity is going to snake all the way up here and come out right here. Let me move you a little bit. So I do definitely need more belts, more of every kind of belt, and then I will continue the trek up this way. Just grab that. Honestly, just grab everything at this point. So this is going to come in somewhere around here. And that works out pretty well for circuits. They're up in that direction as well. Where is everything? Okay, here we are. So it's gonna come in here. This is the sorting area. So I don't want to just cut through here because in the future there might be stuff here. So I'm trying to be a little bit considerate of that. Gonna move these undergrounds, make them a little nicer. Oh, those are backwards though. Okay. And then I need to bring it over here. Which isn't that bad, but not that great. Let's do an underground for this one. And then an underground for coal. And bring you up. I have so much junk in my inventory at this point, just so much like random little bits of coal and ores and stuff that I really need to take care of. So, let's see. If I have this area is going to be full up to this line, but that does leave me this area, like, I don't know how easy that is to see, but if I have this area that's going to be full up to stuff, then this area up to here is kind of relatively free for right now. I don't want to build too much, because I do want to leave room for belts for things like, we are going to have more raw resources in the future, like gems and stuff. But if I really need to, there's no reason they can't just join the bus later. So I think I'm going to have a tiny little setup right here that just turns the charcoal into coke. It was coke we even needed, right? Carbon. And then carbon is charcoal and oxygen in a liquefier. So yeah, that's no big deal. It's a 2-second recipe, so 1 per. Honestly, maybe I just even do it up here. It just means I have to run pipes up there, but if I didn't, I'd have to run the, you know, the charcoal anyway. So what's the difference, really? Let's start running you up. You can just join those guys there. And I guess in that case I need a liquefier. I may already have one. I do. Let's go ahead and make another one. Just because. And start laying out some stuff so I know roughly where everything's gonna go. So my output comes this way. Let's do one of those things where I just kind of snake the belt that way. And if I do have more production here in the future, then that gives me room to join it in. In fact, I might even go 1 more out that way. Just, you know, leaving yourself room. Always a good idea. Oh yeah, lots of extra space once I get yellows, but at this point I'm really hoping yellows are within reach. Like, I technically have them unlocked. I could just start making them. I would just have to completely divert from green science, and I would like to get green science up and running before I start worrying about making, like, kind of a mall, a production area just for myself. It would be very nice, though. Let's grab... What was I even out of? Okay, I'm out of circuits. Let's refill on that. While I'm here, I have no iron. I should probably go grab some iron. There we go. Let's just... I never extended this belt up. That's why those inserters aren't doing anything. Okay. That'll last a little while. I should also... I finally set this up and then literally never came and grabbed any. Let me just grab some pipes. And while I'm here, I'll grab some gears, I guess. There we are. Okay. Now that I'm done being quite so distracted. So this is for these guys, which need carbon. So if this is where they're going to be built, let's just say like here. Then they also need an input for carbon. So what if I did something like that? I'm still just thinking this through. So then I could have some sort of snaky belt. Just kind of keep going like that if need be. Like, that works. It's not great, but it works. Let's move you down one, it'll just be nicer. There we go. And then liquefiers on this side. I'll have you just like here. That way your outputs can go there. Input gas has to come from a little bit out. I might trim this down a little bit once I have something worked out, but what I'm thinking is I'm going to need item inputs here, which means probably something like that. And then I can just connect like that. There we are. So let's get this recipe set in. You're going to be... Let's make sure I choose the correct recipe. Charcoal and oxygen, yes. Get these recipes in here as well. This is not a very beautiful build. There we are. Go ahead and get these placed in over here. I am finally out of power poles. I crafted like 1,000 earlier. Okay, and that's all got power now. So my output should be down here. My input for charcoal is over here, and I do still need an oxygen input, but all of that is pretty easy. I'm curious, is this used in literally anything else? It is just used in that. Okay. So there's no other possible products, which means I can run the full belt in without having to split it or anything, which is always nice, because that means one less thing I have to carry around on the bus. If anything, it'll probably just get replaced by circuits once circuits are done. We want this level right here. So then this level right here, and for the time being, I do have to underground these. There we are. And now let's get some oxygen up here. So the oxygen, I actually have not that far away. Okay, it's fairly far away, actually. Yeah, at that point it might be easier to just take from up here and run some pipes along the bus. Yeah, that's not a terrible idea. Let's just go with that. If I'm going to do that, though, I'm probably going to run it around here, this side? I'll probably run it at this level here. There-ish. Let me see where this connects to. Yeah, I do want to go around science. I don't want to be in the way. So maybe something like that then? Oh man, I actually ran out. Okay, so we're connecting up to around here. Can't connect there because of the pole. Maybe I can just move the pole. Please don't. Please don't. There we are. And there we are. Okay, so those will start up. Oh yeah, I need tin for you. I forgot. Okay, so we do have one more input to bring in. I already have tin being made. I'm gonna go grab more belt. I'm actually already out of belt again. I might go ahead and expand the limit on this chest, now that we are making bigger projects spanning longer distances. I just didn't want all of my iron production earlier going into there, but I think we can spare it at this point. So both of you guys need to come up. Just go ahead and underground wood there. So soldering wire is probably going to join underneath this guy. And then, actually, now that I think about it, the plates are the ones that should really go down here, because the plates are very temporary also. So both, in fact, if anything, the soldering wire might have more uses than these plates do. So if I look at them, soldering wire is used in just about every circuit. And by contrast, these plates are only used to make, yeah. Okay, the plates are used in transport belts, actually. So that's fine. I'm good with that, then. They can go where the plates go. There we are. And then the soldering wire can come down here. I think I may, once again, have been confusing nickel plate and tin plate. Okay, so now everything's coming in. The tin needs to come up this way, so I'm going to go ahead and lay a path for it. There we go. So that really should be a split path. Guess that means I'm moving these back one. There we go. Soldering wires coming in. Can't even quite use that yet because all we're producing so far are the electronic components. We're not even making circuits yet, we're making circuit components. There we go. Everything is ready and waiting though, so as soon as these start coming in, we should start producing. There we have it. Okay, first circuit components on the belt. Looking at this now, I guess we'll put actual circuit production over maybe right about here. Let's move it over one more. So that's going to take wooden boards, which we do already make. I'll just have to send over this way. We need solder, which we make, and electronic components, which we make. So there we have it. That's our first green circuit setup. underground you there. So you do need 3 inputs, which I do have to be aware of, because I can't be too willy-nilly about it. We don't have, we do have long hands. Okay, that makes this a lot easier. As I was saying about something else earlier, I don't remember what it is, but when you have so many researches going, you kind of forget what you do and don't have at times, so I did entirely forget that I had already unlocked long-hand inserters. Of course, that's not going to work. Sure. Okay. So then, these guys in the middle, I want to be longs. There we are. And that way they can pick up the wooden boards on that side. And we will pick up the solder from the right-hand side. There we go. Just kind of copy that over. And inputs, once again. There we go. Okay. Where is the solder? There you are. Drag everything on over. Underground. Underground. Actually, I probably want to underground these guys instead. And move them back one. Reason being, it just works out nicer once I throw the splitter in here. Since we only get 2 tiles, that's just where the splitter needs to be. And if I had some third line material here, then that's where the splitter would need to go. I think at this point, though, I might just do that with the solder. I don't see any reason not to. This is finished. This isn't coming back, so we don't need that line anymore. We can just throw it up there. All we need at this point are the wooden boards to come in, which I could make new wooden boards, but yeah, maybe that's not a bad idea. Like, rather than trying to snake the wooden boards, because they're already supplying things that they really shouldn't be, I should probably just make wooden boards on site. Which does mean bringing wood over here. Which isn't the end of the world, it just means I have to go get it. That means wood goes here. I do want to leave 4 spaces whenever possible between bus lanes. Just because that's, I don't know, that's a good working distance. That's just what I always do. It's the underground length of yellow belts. It gives you a lot of wiggle room. You can do splitting down, splitting up. It just works nice. If I am going to do this, it makes a lot more sense to try and bring solder up on this side, however. So let me see if I can't do that instead. Because then I can have wood production over on the right and just send it over. So let's see, if we're coming in right here. Ooh, that does work a little awkward with these guys. I might have to make just a weird little kink in the belt. You always wind up with one of the, you know, one or two of those when doing bus work anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Nice when you can avoid it, but sometimes you can't. And it's not too bad. I have no more assemblers on me. Let's just make a few. Oh yeah, my inventory's so full of random junk. Okay. Hold on. How many of these? You need 0.5 a second. Honestly, yeah. I can just, I don't put you on the bottom, then I can just do that. There we go. Once again, it's not like that's necessarily proper ratio or anything. It just... sometimes it's just easier to build in whatever way is easier to build than trying to worry about, you know, exactly how many machines this one can produce. And in this particular case, actually, if I have you producing 1 per second, and these take 0.5 a second, that actually works out perfect. I do have to go hunting for wood. Let me go pick up more undergrounds. I've somehow used all of the undergrounds that I picked up earlier. Might as well restock on belts. I'm gonna just get rid of some of my extra wood up here. And there we go. Wood's connected. All we need is power. And assuming I didn't do anything stupid, yep. That should be green circuits ready to go. That's a pretty big milestone. Hey, we got green circuits in Angels and Bobs. That's... What are we? It's 2. I've already been streaming for 8 hours or so. Yeah, that's probably around 10 hours of work. Could I have done this faster? Of course, but like, you know. Oh well. Let's get these on the bus. I'm never really sure where to put circuits on a bus, to tell you the truth. As many times as I've played Factorio, this is something that I always flip-flop on. A lot of times, circuits would be right down here by plates, because they're a pretty common use one. But I didn't really think about that earlier when I was laying out my bus. So, you know, it's, can we still call this a starter base? Can this still qualify? Okay, these need to be... I just realized this is going to be really difficult to get through for whatever metal you are. I don't get to know. What are you? Tin. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to push through that. Tin is needed for other things in the future. Other than just belts. That's just making sure, because I'll probably try and get some sort of horrible rework for yellow belts up in this area up here, rather than trying to do them way further down on the belt, because otherwise I'd have to belt belts, and that seems ludicrous. So I was making sure there was in fact a reason to keep them coming. Honestly, I won't worry about it until I have yellow belts automated. At any rate, that's green circuits. Let's get them... You know what, they just get to go down here. You know, whatever. It's where they are now. I do want to even this out. This isn't perfect, of course. I'll need to even that out better later on, but for right now, I just want the full belt of circuits. These half belts everywhere are killing me. So for green science, all we need are yellow belts and inserters, and we're not that far away, honestly. So if I were to just divert my attention over to there for a second, we need basics. I never put basic circuits on the bus. Okay. Hold on, what all are basic circuits used in? They're used in a lot of things that I don't need to automate much. They're used in robot brains. They are used in assembling machines. I'm going to make the executive decision that basic circuits don't get put on the bus. They will get moved around by bots in the future, and until we need to automate, for example, blast furnace 1s for whatever reason, I'll just make them by hand. That's no big deal. They are needed, I noticed, for yellow splitters, but fortunately, my circuits are right here. I'm gonna make splitters right here. Couldn't have worked out better. They do. That's what tipped me off just a second ago. I was looking at ingredients for things and realized, oh yeah, I forgot that. That's mostly what I'm trying to figure out is where I'm going to be able to squeeze green science in. Because I would... Yeah, I might not be able to avoid putting basics on the bus. I just didn't leave room for them. You know what would make this a lot easier? If I had yellow belts. Let's just make yellow belts for now. Just gonna clear out a little bit of room, and then start kind of mapping things out. So... these guys are here. I could rearrange this now that I have better inserters to be better. Don't know if it's worth it though. So I already have the basics on the belt going into these guys. I could fairly easily pull out with a long arm here to get these out. That's no challenge. Do the belts themselves take anything odd? They need tin, but I knew that. They need gears, but I knew that. Okay, so nothing too terribly weird. Nothing too terrible. Okay. Okay. They do all need gears, and quite a number of them. That's just belts for you. I did unfortunately build this in a way that's not very easy to expand them. I really should have built them horizontal so that I could stack upwards rather than vertical. And I'm debating just ripping this up and remaking it that way, which doesn't seem like an awful idea. On the other hand, I might just leave this here and just start yellow belts up here. because these don't take yellow belts anymore, they take their gray counterparts. So I might want to space them out just a little bit, maybe even move up one more square, and call that good. I need more inserters. So, I'm gonna ghost you so that I don't mess up those belts, and say I'm gonna go there. There we are. And then run you up, and with just the way this is working out, I'll have undergrounds be on this side. Let's see if I can't even just do something like that. That way I'm not crowding the inside nearly as much. That makes the... anything weird for splitters. You need the basic circuits, but that's fine. So yeah, I'll put these splitters on the outside, and then the... oh, put these splitters on the outside, and the basic belts on the inside. So that allows me to just do that. And... I hate that there's no power here. That's terrible. Okay, I can do that. Alright, so now all I need is 10 in gears, 10 in gears, 10 gears, and circuits. Okay. I can deal with that. So I've already got gears here. Let me do something like this so that I can split the gears. Not that this is going to be enough gears for all of my circuit need, or all of my belt needs, but it's the gears that I have at the moment. Then I am going to need 10. So let's see. I can split 10 from down here. Probably better to split it from over here, though. Which does mean I want to push you back. There we are. That still doesn't work cleanly, actually. Can I... no, I can't get that to work. Okay. Okay, in that case... what do I do here? I could split here. Oh, this is nasty. And it still doesn't work well. Yeah, this is terrible. Okay, so we've got these guys coming up here. How can I get some tin into you? That's a good question. Maybe I would have been better off splitting over here and trying to take up that way. So let me deconstruct this, because I could deal with it, but I choose not to. There we are. Okay. So let's see if we can't get the tin up over here instead. That does mean underground in science, but that is no big deal at all. We will simply split here. Try and get you up somewhere in this region. Maybe even just, like, right there. Probably have a split of circuits around here as well. Like, take you up that way. And everything gets to underground this one gun. If anything, I kind of like it more at this point. We've got the gears over here. I will probably just once more underground the circuits. That way this can come up and over. How am I going to get the unique products into these? Long arms. That's how. There we are. And then I can just bring gears up this way. I'm going to have... I don't want to do half belts for the gears and the tin, just because I need so many gears. Like, just an unbelievable number of gears. I really wish... can I, actually? I can, okay. Wonderful. So I can just set the offset to be on the inside of the belt for this hand, and that way, even though we have 2 on the outside and 1 on the inside, it's now at least split a little bit, and it isn't entirely on the outside. Anyway, let's start bringing the tin up. And how much tin? You need 4 tin per second. So you do definitely get to be an inside belt, because of course the further away belt is, the, you know, longer it takes the inserter to put an item there. Guess I'm mining this giant rock if the belts will allow it. There we go. Very cool. And then I can bring the circuits for very specifically you in over here, and everything is awesome. We just won't look at this part of the base very often, you know? So, you got anything left? Just the 10. Okay, wanted to make sure. Somehow I'm out of inserters. There we go. And then, for now, I'll just longhand into a box. That's onto the belt. Oh well, whatever. They can have fun for a minute. There you go. Did I not? I did not. There we go. Oh, and I never connected this thought. I was wondering why the splitters weren't running. There we go. Oh, definitely want to remember to limit these boxes. Okay, and And there we go. So everything is now up and running. Which does mean I probably can take the limits off here. Why aren't you able to run? No wood. How did I break you? I don't know how I broke you, but apparently I did. This belt is so funny. Okay, but there we go. We've got yellows underway. I can officially clear my hotbar now. There we go. Okay, so all cleaned up. Now we can start grabbing yellows. Put them in their rightful place. Why do I still have stone furnaces? There we are. I have 16 science on me. You know what? It's gonna take a minute for those yellow belts to start building up. I would like to, like, a beeline for green science, but I think I am long overdue for an inventory cleanup, so bear with me for just a moment while I go and take care of that. I have crushed steertite, crushed everything. I've got slag. Yeah, I've gotta go take care of some of this. You can just go on the belt. That is the copper belt. Let's not do that. Let's put you before the filter. Same with the slag, actually. I guess I can just drop that off and it'll find its way on its own. I have nickel ore, which I actually can't do anything with. Do have tin, however. There you are. Let's see, we've got crushed Rubyte. That can go in this guy. Don't have any steertite anything. The crushed stone can get put away. There we go. So much wood. Far more wood than I should reasonably have on me. That was kind of a dent, I guess. I'm hoping that's just backlogging that massive belt because the belts are slow. How's this guy doing? So production's not wonderful, to be honest with you. It looks like we are very rarely sending anything up to circuits. Doesn't seem to be a problem with the assemblers, though. It is an algae production problem. And it is actual production this time, not just output. But again, we'll get, you know, we'll improve this later. As long as we are getting some, that's all I really care about. Got so much coal. Gotta move that mine. Let's move this power pole one over. Oh, that apparently disconnected everything. There you go. Oh, are you? I was pretty willy-nilly with that. Let me check. Yeah, you are fine. Wanted to make sure I wasn't getting any coal or anything. Okay, what have I got left? I've got this stuff, which really just needs to go in a furnace somewhere. This is stopped again. Why are you stopped? How odd. Yeah, there wasn't much crushed stone in it or anything. I'm not really sure. You, on the other hand, are full. I had some coal. Let me just stock you guys up, I guess. You also. Before I get too far, I need to go away. Wonderful. Anything else? Got this, and I've got this ore. I don't really know what to do with this ore. I'm gonna throw the gun away. Can I just kind of put you in here? Only 10, right, because this is nickel. That works. Just about done. That looks like almost everything. Why are you not producing? Oh, that's because that's backed up. That's fine. I don't need lead really right now. And then all this charcoal. There we go. Okay. Little diversion for a moment, but it was much needed. I've been carrying that junk around for far too long. Okay, so we've got yellow belts. We need to make inserters, and that's green science done and dusted. So, yeesh. What does a yellow inserter need? Gears and iron plates. I might make a little thing, replace this, and just make yellow inserters right here. I say might as I've already, like, committed in my head to doing so. Because literally everything's right here, so it would be silly not to. I need gears. That's no big deal. How cursed do I want to make this? Because I have a terrible idea. That's the kind of things you can do when you have Bob's inserters, everyone. Let's get some power down here. Okay, and there we go. We've got yellow inserters. Oh boy. Okay. Technically what that means is I do have yellow inserters and yellow belts automated. I could make green science somewhere in here. The question is, how am I going to get these products out in a way that isn't just truly terrible? I have absolutely no reason not to just put green science right here. I have so much yellow ammo right now, I will need to produce yellow ammo eventually. I have so much yellow ammo right now. I think I will just replace this setup with a quick and dirty green science setup. How does... I guess you were in here. That's a lot of space for you, but I can't really fit two things in here now, so let's just throw a little bit of green science in here. I'm gonna build kind of conservative, kind of like I did with red science, just because I I don't have massive amounts of throughput right now, so we're just gonna see where this gets me. Oh, and that's the last of my my gray belt. I didn't even realize I still had some on me. Okay, minor problem. Why is there no 10? Oh, there is 10, it's just really slow. What can I do to speed this up? Because I'm definitely gonna need a lot more 10 than that. Oh, it's really slow because I didn't build much production for it. I only threw a couple miners down because I was like, what do I need 10 for? So let's definitely give you guys a little boost. So let's get power moved down this way. Had the perfect amount of drills for that, funny enough. Okay, so that should help with the ore side of things. Crushing should be fine. I am likely going to need to upgrade the crushed stone belt of all things before anything else. So that's going to help this, but it's going to take forever to come in. But even iron only has 2 sorters, and that's my total supply of iron and copper at the moment. So I am banking on just 1 sorter being fine. 1 sorter, 1 of you. That is making both solder and you. But that... we'll have to see if that's fine. I have so much ammo. I just want to baby it a little bit. Like, come on, you can do a little better than this. How's power? I haven't checked power in forever. Just barely holding on. Yeah, the crushers they're sure crushing it. We're not even using the back half of our crushers, so it's certainly not an issue there. And this guy seems more than capable of handling this little trickle of ore. I'm definitely going to need to expand to, like, actual ore patches soon. It's just a little bit painful without any way to move the ore, you know? Massive miles long belts is not that great, so I would like to get trains, assuming trains are still green science. Like if I just... train. Yes, they are still green science, they're a little ways away. We've got to build advanced circuits, it looks like. Maybe this is just specifically the crawler, hold on. Maybe there's a different train research? Petrochems, smelting. No, those are Mark IIs. Oh, there we are. Just regular old trains. Okay. So that is still just engines. It does need red belts, but that's no big deal because we don't have to actually make them. We just have to have the research for them. Okay, that is not at all that far away, actually. So I can probably plan on aiming for that then. That's not that bad at all. I'm looking at this belt and it's still completely devoid of tin. Okay, there's a little. There's some coming in. Might go ahead and just put another one of these down. Yeah, iron's got 4 there's no reason I can't throw just like 3 over here. Let me copy you so I get the proper rotation and everything. Okay, maybe that was unnecessary though, because it doesn't look like it's got enough material still. I could maybe do this. Oh. There we are. one little yellow belt. Okay, time to see if that helps anything at all. But why are you not inputting? Oh, are you blocked by when I put the wrong type of ore on here? Not that you needed it, but, you know, it was blocked, technically. Yeah, okay. That's gonna have to do for now. It's definitely more than it was. It's, not perfect, but it'll do. So anyway, with that out of the way, we do have to route all of this over into green science. So let's start with inserters down here, just because they're much more in the way. It's so nice to be able to do whoop and go just like way over here. Actually, yellow undergrounds reach much further than they do just in vanilla, which I kind of half remember, I think, from playing this before, but I'm still certainly surprised by it. And I might just continue kind of weirdly underbelting this. I do have to get actual belts down here, so let's start thinking about those. So in a similar way that I limited the crafting of splitters and undergrounds for the gray belts by making sure I had some gray belts, I think I will probably limit outputting for green science the same way. So I'm going to put... Yeah, I'm going to put this guy here, and I'm going to make sure that he only outputs if we have that. Oh. There we go. Enable, if belts are greater than, like, 100 or something. I want to make sure I've got at least some belts in there, you know? He's gonna want a power pole, I guess. And we still don't have very much tin. Like, it's trickling in now, but it's not a lot. Bring you down. Oh, and there's another tree. This is in the way of expanding red science, but when we go to expand red science, as I've said several times now, how hard is it to just move a single belt? There we go. And I'm going to have these guys come up. Actually, still a little too much. So I'm gonna have you come up. You come down. And there we go. That's green science. And as soon as we actually have the belts on the belt, will be done. It does look like you are going to hog everything until that fills up, which is a little unfortunate, but oh well. It means I have a lot of yellow splitters, I guess. Is there anything more I can do to speed up these plates coming in? Let me just run down and go give them a look one more. Because they are typically not running. They do not have molten tin. You are not running because you don't have tin ingots. You are not running because you don't have tin ore. Okay, so it is just straight up an ore shortage. Yeah, I could put another sorter down, but even if I did, this one is stopping. So we aren't quite saturating him, which you could more easily tell by just watching the belt, but I wanted to see how close we were to saturating him, how much more throughput we need, and we're pretty close to maxing him out, even though we are having power troubles now. I wonder how far away I am from the next tier of algae. Okay, it is just green science. There's a little bit to be done, it looks like, but they are quite a bit faster. Okay, we are a little bit away from the next tier of algae, it looks like. The mining of tin is slower. That's possible. I didn't look at mining speed when I was throwing them down. I'm trying to see if there's any way that I can reasonably speed this up, and I'm thinking I might make more algae on the underside here. I might even just move algae to the underside down here, because I really do need more. Like, this is a pitiful little trickle. Like, if we were actually using circuits, this would be absolutely nothing. And if I expand power, then that little trickle is even less. But one thing at a time. I think I will focus on just mining a little bit more over here. Though if we are out of power, maybe that's not the smartest play. Yeah, mining speed, by the way, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Unless that's only drill specific in the ore itself. 0.2, 0.25. Wait, why do you not show? Oh, 0.5. Okay. I'm just blind. Yeah, so 0.5, 0.5, and then down here 0.25 and 0.2. No, I'm not blind. I'm just looking at the wrong number. Yeah, how strange. This one shows per second, this one does not. Perhaps this one is not overridden, whereas these have a different than default speed or so. That's the only way I can really make sense out of that. It is definitely slower, though. Yeah, power is going to be a problem sooner rather than later. I think I am going to do the intelligent thing, make more algae farms, get more algae production, so that I can upgrade power. I can already just make 4. That's more than twice what I already have, so that seems like a good starting point. The exact same thing half an hour ago. Yeah, it's like Angels and Bobs pulls you in so many different directions that there are things that you know you have to do, which is a different list of things than things that you should do, which is a different list than the things that you want to do. Like, I want to make progress, I want to go finish green science, get my first green science going, but I definitely have to deal with power, and I definitely have to deal with this charcoal mess. I might actually just... Well, there's a lot of extraneous stuff in the way here, actually. So maybe I won't blueprint that, maybe I will just bring this down. So I might have to move my steam engines down if I need that many, but I'm going to allow myself room to at least double power, which would be out to here. So I'll build my algae setup, you know, more over this way, starting, let's say, here. But if I need to expand my power more than that, I just have to drop it down and start building the other direction, wrapping around the right side of the lake instead. So let's get these guys down over here. I did only make 6 of them. I had the material to make one more if I really need it, but I figured doubling is probably a fair place to stop. So let's see. So they take in mineral water, which isn't that bad. They take in this gas, not that bad, and they just output up here. Yeah, that's nothing. That's super simple. Let's get these trees up and out of the way. And cool. Okay. So then just start getting these guys down. Oh yeah, I need to actually pick up the other 3, which is going to kill everything when I do that. So maybe I'll actually set these up first down here and then move these. I would like this to be on the bottom if possible. Maybe I'll change the design up here just a little, just a smidge. Really wish I kept that rightmost one. Let me do this once more. So, where do you extend to? You extend to this dead tree. Okay, so stay on the side of the dead tree, and we'll be fine. So what I would like to do, actually, is that. That way I can pipe the fluids in the middle, and it's a little neater. It doesn't get in the way of the inserters and the belts and everything else nearly as much. This one should be a ghost. There we go. And then like that. It takes a smidge more horizontal room, but I'm okay with that. Actually, does that make any sense? Because I still can't run the pipes horizontally. Like, I was hoping then I would be able to get the pipes out of the way, but actually I have no idea what I was thinking. That just doesn't make any sense. I'll just put it back. I will probably leave a small gap every 3 or so, just because, once again, leaving yourself room is always a good idea. So I'll do that. I can actually place these 3. Put the recipe in, and let's get these pipes going. So I am going to move this just a little bit then, so that it can kind of come down in the middle. Maybe more around here-ish. Just because I do want to do this one on the bottom, because one has to be on top, one has to be on the bottom, so why not just, you know, why not just do this one where it wants to be? Doesn't really make much difference. Would be really cool, actually, if I could move this over 1 square. That way I have this area empty. Actually, even one more. This is, as it turns out, the perfect alignment. The reason being, now I can also underground this way without being in the way of this path. And there we are. Okay, so that's one set of pipes done. Now I just need to run the other set of pipes down here. Which would be considerably easier if these if these weren't in the way. Yeah, I'll start backwards. I'll lay the pipes down here, and then as I need to, I'll work my way up and connect in here. And rather than connecting, I might even go ahead and disassemble these right at the very end. Let me double check all my ratios and stuff, make sure I can even support this. So you produce 150 per second. And you consume... oh, you consume 5. You consume 5 per second. Yeah, I think we're good. Same with the gas. You produce... yeah, so you can support 10 easy, and you produce 30. So I think we'll manage. Anyway, pipes. So get all these guys in. And then same deal over here. Oh, pipes again. Okay, there we are. We have to bring power down here. There we go. I think that connects to you, but maybe not. Maybe I'll just throw you over there too. I'm sure we'll need to move these around for inserters and all. Anyway, so I'm not that worried about it. Speaking of which, maybe I'll just go ahead and plan that out. So I can use long inserters if I want, but due to the speed penalty that incurs, I think I will probably just underground these pipes rather than leaving them big. Like so. And that just makes it a lot easier to get stuff out. That pole's right in the way. So let's see if I can't do something like that. There we go. Just move all of those over. And that gives us 2 pretty clean output slots per machine. Like so. Where am I going to go with this? So, we need the gas down here. I've said that like 8 times now. It's just how my brain works. As soon as one task needs to start, the other one's discarded. I think I will go ahead and just temporarily move all this out of the way. You're not needed up here anymore. Is that going to kill things? No, you're fine. Okay. Let's pick up all this extra pipe that's not needed now. And all these extra belts. Oh, that's actually needed, I think. I don't remember what that was for, but I don't think that was algae. Okay. So, just keep on going, keep on going. Does that kill anything? No, surprisingly, okay. Oh, those pipes. They do take a second to pick up. So where do I want to connect? I want to connect through here if possible. But that's not going to happen. Okay. Didn't think it would, but I wanted to see. So let's try here then. That is in the way of the path that I wanted to leave clear, but how much do I care? I do care. Okay. We'll do something silly like that, I guess. Actually, I can just... This one isn't at full extent, so I can just raise you one. Like that. And I can just run an actual pipe here. That works. Okay, so everything should be connected. I don't need that there. Now I'm going up there. What's the best way to connect this at? I think I'll go with something like this, and then I'll actually reintroduce this underground here. And just do like that. Okay, redesign, rebuild, nearly complete. I just have to run power over it, and it should be good. I mean, I've still got to belt the outputs, but at the very least, once I have the power in, it should just start going. Okay. Now, which way does this work? So that doesn't output, but that does? No. Okay. Well, that's fine. I can just do that, and suddenly everything's fine. I think I will probably flip this, but I will at least apply it to these over here before I have to worry about it. There we go. And then can I do that? Very nice. Okay. Cool. So the algae has a couple different purposes. Let me work while I talk. Oh, I have no belts anyway. So the algae comes up here, and it does go into the full greenhouse setup. So I use algae for compost. That way I'm not having to burn wood for compost, and it, yeah, that was messy. So it does help with wood, but I'm also bringing algae down to make cellulose into wood pellets. Then those wood pellets get smelted into charcoal, and I was supplementing power off the charcoal so that I didn't have to burn so much coal, because coal is extremely polluting. But then the charcoal is also, as you saw earlier, being routed up into circuits. So in total, algae supports power, it supports wood, and it supports circuits. Oh, of course. There you go. There we go. Okay. So I do have to go grab more belts so that I can supply this whole thing. I can only hope that while I've been down here, it's actually made me some belts. I do see some plates here and there, which is a good sign. Like, that's not nothing, at the very least. There are almost 200. In fairness, it has output all this down here, and we are producing green science now, which is, hey, that's pretty cool. We got green science going at least. But, yeah, not much in the way of beltage. Hopefully that'll be enough, though. As far as efficiency with wood and algae and things like that is difficult to quantify because it really depends on what you mean by efficiency, like what you're trying to determine, what you're trying to optimize for, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I absolutely agree. The multiple recipes for everything, the way that you can almost alchemize your way from like any material to any other material is one of the best parts. I really do love that. It's incredibly complex, but it's the complexity that makes the game. In my case, I just wanted the wood for something else. I didn't want to go through the effort of setting up more arboretums. Setting up the algae farms is easier. The algae farms, you can set up as just straight water inputs. In my case, I'm turning a little bit of my wood into carbon dioxide, and some of my random excess crushed stone into mineral water to speed up the process, and, you know, it's basically all free. Where does this need to go? Okay, so I need to run you... Let me just try and find, before I get too caught up in everything, a good place for these belts, because I do have 3 belts to come in. So I suppose, like, right here is probably where I want to try and squeeze them. Let's see, how far do these undergrounds go? Let's, stagger them by 1. There we go. Okay, so that's where they need to wind up, and then I'll just hook these in. Same here, move you over, and then let's bring this guy over. Yeah, okay, wood into compost into wood was the first thing that I tried. Like, it was certainly the first thing that came to mind as, you know, these materials can be turned into each other. Let's see if there's a positive cycle here. But that's why you always test small. I tested it, it did not work, and I was like, alright, we will need something else. I actually didn't want to get into algae quite as quickly as I wound up doing. It's just, it was very quickly apparent that I had to. I also have to run all the way back up to get more undergrounds now, which I can only hope even exist. I think there were some in the chest. I didn't anticipate using all of the undergrounds that I had on me. And let's see what's in here. 10, okay. Not a lot, but it'll get the job done. I should probably grab however many belts are available while I'm up here. I have no confidence that whatever I do next I could achieve with, you know, 50 belts or however many is going to be left over. I would like to get even just a stone floor or something in here, just something to help with this travel time, but the actual paving is so time-consuming that I haven't bothered yet. We might be getting there, though. Okay, so here's where everything needs to go. I might go ahead and just bring this one up. Let's see if I can do like that, yeah. So there's that. Then I'll bring these 2 outside ones together. I did want to do a splitter here. And then, same deal for this guy. Just split that and take you on over. This can go this way until I really need you up here. Let's see if I can get something like this to work. I really don't want to use any of the expensive belts right now, so I'm seeing if I can just do that. And I think that works just fine. Okay, how much algae? Not as much as I expected. Let's just throw that in there. Okay. And then I do want to kind of balance this. Honestly, I think that's good enough. Maybe even just one more back. Is that a wonderful balancer? No, but I'm mostly worried about this one far line doesn't need nearly as much algae, so it's going to back up. So I want to make sure that when it does back up, I can just move everything over to the other sides. That might even be backwards, actually, now that I think about it, but oh well, whatever. Dump the extras in. And it might be worthwhile at this point to actually upgrade the belts. Let's see how that goes. So, that's much better. Okay, we are now limited on assembler capacity, which is the thing to be limited on at the moment. Like, that's definitely an improvement. I'm happy to see it. I'm just curious exactly how much more capacity that's going to get me. Actually, let me make sure you get enough input before you finish. Okay, you are actually momentarily without input, so you do all need a second assembler. Or a second inserter, there we go. Yeah, I do... Well, I was looking at that, wondering if there was any way I could make it better, and I guess there is. I guess there is. What I could do is I could priority output here, so that you back up. And then this one can priority output to the right, maybe? Nah, that didn't make it any better. Like, somewhere in the back of my brain, I know how to do this. I'm just not that worried about a problem this small, to be honest with you. Like, neither side's backing up. I don't have the production to fill it anyway. I'm not going to worry about something like that. It does seem to be running better now, though. So you guys are running... Do you get full uptime now? I believe you do. No, okay. You're like half uptime, but oh well, that's fine. Oh yeah, I remember when I built this, each one of these supplies like almost two of these. Or vice versa. Two of these supplies basically one of these, so that makes sense. It would be nice if after all this work, I could get more than just the first two furnaces to ever kick on. That would be cool. Doesn't seem likely, but it would be cool. Oh well, I definitely have more charcoal production than I did before. I'm just going to have to be content with that and start working on power. Because I really do need power. It's been what I've been procrastinating this whole time on. So, let's say 8 of you. I think that was 8. I made 9. Oh well. I am hopefully going to start getting into the better power sources once I've made my way through a good bit of green science, but for now we're still stuck on these. There we go. And funny enough, I kind of already have steam pipes out here. If only I didn't need dedicated ones for each stack, this would almost just work. I am going to preserve that one little space there, just because having space is always good. And we need more of these guys. I do like using burners, just because they are self-starting if you ever have power issues. Wanted to make sure we weren't going to run into any weird water issues. I couldn't remember if there were like more advanced pumps or anything later on. Oh, I do actually have to connect them to water. Turns out they actually want something to boil. Okay, very good. Power is now well taken care of. Unfortunately, I can't like prioritize the inserters to pick up the charcoal. I would like to be able to, but I can't really, so there's nothing much to be done about that. But now that I do have the added production down here, I am surprised to see that I still don't produce enough. Like, I get the random little bits and bobs over here from time to time, but yeah, it's better than burning just straight coal at any rate. So, I've got to be honest, at this point, I've been procrastinating so long I don't even remember what I was procrastinating. I know we have made green science, we just haven't plugged it in yet. So, let's go plug in green science and see what green science is we want to get first. So, I have red science here, green science here. It would be cool, yeah. Let's do this so that red science is on the inside of this belt. And then I'm going to just pick up all of the red science here. We got the little bits coming in from the undergrounds that I wasn't able to grab, so just grab those. Little more, come on. Okay, this is the last of it looks like. And there we are. Okay. The reason I wanted to do this is just because it works out nicer with the way that green science is. I can very cleanly belt green science into the right side of the belt, but it would be quite horrendous to try and get it onto the other side of the belt. Certainly wouldn't be impossible, but this works much nicer. I also have a ton of these gray belts that I should probably just go throw into here. There we are. Okay, we do have now 200 regular yellow belts. Very nice to see. Not an incredible amount, but better than like 50 we were getting before. Okay, let's pick out the first green science then. Capacity bonus isn't terrible. Could go landfill. There's a spot or two where I'd like to have some landfill. Circuit network isn't awful. You know what? I should focus on steel. Let me just throw in some random stuff and get some steel going. There's literally just red science here that is locked behind me making steel. I just haven't made steel yet. So let me just, you know, throw some of these in there, and I don't really care if they finish or not. I just want something to be running. So let's finally look at steel. Steel takes steel. Awesome. And that's iron and oxygen. Okay. That can be arranged. Where would the best place be to do that? Maybe, can I fit a little bit of steel in just like right over here? Not really. I don't want to have to move iron ore all the way down here though. That would be inconvenient. Doesn't look like there's a better way to do it though. It really just needs to happen. So I can't really just put it on the side here because I might need this for iron in the future. So I really do think I will just run a line of iron ore over this way somewhere. So this one was reserved for nickel and silicon, so I don't want to interfere with them. Though granted, we're moving iron a great distance further than we are nickel or silicon also, so maybe it's not such a terrible idea if steel can just go here. So I have to make the iron ingots first and then make steel out of them. So we will do this. Let me stop that. Let me look at recipes real quick. So 4 seconds, you take 24, you produce 24. Very good. Okay. I can just direct insert that then. That's perfectly fine by me. So you will produce iron, you will produce steel, you will have a gas input on the left, probably? Yeah, because you won't have an input on this side, so that's fine. Oh, you will probably want... Well, you don't want fuel, actually. You just take oxygen, as opposed to... Wait, do not all of you take coal? Does the iron recipe not take coal? The iron doesn't take coal. Neither does the copper. Oh, you've got a fuel slot. It's not... Okay, okay. I was like, I know you take coal. Okay, yeah. And then you do have a fuel slot, yes, okay. I was losing my mind for just a second there. All good, all good. Okay, let's get some iron ore over here. So the problem is, I actually don't have a lot of spare iron ore. If I was going to do this, I probably want a little more mining. I haven't done that yet just because, well, power, but also I'm a little wary of pollution, and I'm a little wary of just running my patch dry. But at this point, I think I'm close enough to trains and such that I can pretty safely start draining out the last of this little starter patch. It might even be time soon to just cover the entire patch and have sorting. But I haven't done that because I don't have the ability to use that much of everything, and if something backs up, then everything backs up. So I'd like to get the, what pure bits of ore patch I can mined up first. It's also long since time to change these inserters over from their Steam counterparts, but I'll get to it. I will. I will. So just right there. Something like that, and then you can turn? Yes, okay, awesome. I wonder if I can't upgrade some of these belts also? There's not enough throughput there to justify a splitter, so let's just throw everything on the side. And of course, nothing upstream is yellow belts either, but I might as well start upgrading parts of this where I can. Everything's getting dumped on the same side of the belt over here, and I'm not really happy about that, actually, so let's do that. I hope that doesn't overstress these sorters, but if it does, if anything, that's a good problem to have, you know? Now we'll start splitting off the iron here. Should probably have this a little bit lower. Just makes everything easier. How far can I go? Oh yeah, that's not bad at all. Let's just replace this entirely. There we go. Oh. I guess I just finished my first green science. So, now we'll move. Yeah, I do want to have the enforced filter, just to be absolutely sure. And then we'll start moving this guy over this way. I don't really have very many undergrounds to spare. And I've got a long way to go. Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, you're not that long. There we go. And I'm already out. Can I just make you by hand? I can make one and it's gonna take an eternity. Okay. Alright, noted. I'll go get more. There aren't any more. Yay. How many do you take? 14. Let me just help you out for a second. It is a shame the way the priority is working here, because we're actually prioritizing green science over underground belts, and I'm not totally on board with that. So, funny enough, I might do something like this. Make sure you are reading, you are enable disable, And you will be disabled if we are less than, I don't know, 8 undergrounds or something. Reason I'm doing that is, I like having a green science going at the moment. That's cool and all, but while I'm trying to build, I just want belt. I really just want belts. And right now, all of the tin is going into green science, and that's not very cool. Of course, the real solution there is just go have more tin, but that's a little easier said than done. I might throw another couple miners down, though. Like, I've got 5 in my inventory. Let's make it 6, and I'll go see what I can do. Because that's kind of slow. I do realize I'm splintering off on another project yet again, but such is the way of angels and bobs. You try and work on one thing and you wind up working on 3 others. Why do you think it's taken me, 10 hours to get green science running? Oh, I am full here, it looks like. Interesting. Maybe I do need the splitter after all. Yeah. Awesome. There we go. Perfect. Connected underground production to the belt on the belt, didn't you? I don't believe so, but I am going to run up and make sure. I do have it inverted, but other than that, it does appear to be working correctly. What this will do is it will force this to stockpile belts first, which I'm either way on. Like, I do need belt. I might reduce it for the time being to just like 3 stacks or something, maybe 4. But then the tin will come in and make underground belts. And only once I have some underground belts will it enable the actual belts to flow through into green science. I'm glad I came up and checked on it though, because it was actually working exactly the opposite way of how I wanted it to be, so I'm glad I caught that. Now let's add just a little bit more mining to tin, and then we'll get back to working on steel. Hold on, can I make 2 more? It'll be a minute, because I have no raw materials on me, but I can. No, you're absolutely good. Believe me, it would not be the first time Anytime you play a game like this, you make silly mistakes that you come back, and sometimes you don't notice for hours, and it's definitely worth the 30 seconds to go run off and double check something. Okay, I did literally just double the amount of mining I had on 10 again. So, hopefully that's gonna get me something. I started walking back to the algae, like, in my brain I'm still like, okay, I was working on algae, right? Okay, now where did we get with the iron? Okay, iron's up here. I think it should be up here. Huh. Okay, that is a little bit of a problem. Let's move that. Move that. Okay. What I've done... okay. So, anything that isn't iron ore now will be on here, so the only belt that's actually filtered is here, which means even with this I actually still need another splitter now. Which is in the way of just everything. I guess that's gonna have to do it. There we go. That's gonna get me iron ore coming this way. Grab you, run you over here. And then steel wants to be up there, so we'll just start running that this way. Coal's right here, so let's go ahead and split that immediately. And then just underground you out of the way. There's that. I do want to leave room in the future for a splitter, so I'll do that. And then I'll carry the coal up here. Even though this doesn't need the iron ore, it does still need the coal. So I'll just do like that. Oh. That should be more than enough. There we are. And then you output over there. Have to actually connect you to something. Oh yeah, like one of those projects that I still have to come back to at some point is lead, because I believe lead just straight up isn't working right now. There's just nothing feeding into it. So, you know, once we need stuff that requires lead, I have to actually go fix that. Okay, so you're gonna produce... That's gonna go into you. You still need oxygen, but intelligently I have arranged it so that oxygen is right here. Actually, I can just pick off from there and not even have to mess with you. Might even plan for the future and do... well, it can always intercept there if it needs to. Run you up this way. And out you go. And that's steel, okay. We officially have steel on a belt. I can't really do anything with steel yet, but that is steel ingot. We still have to melt it, like there's still more processing to do, but at the very least that part is done. Ah, I've had to raise you. I was wondering why that wasn't lining up right with the previous stuff, but I did have to raise you a square so that I could put the inserters there. That's fine. In that case, I might go ahead and break from previous designs a little bit further, and just go ahead and immediately insert you into here. Like so. Do have to actually choose... oh, I can get a better recipe for iron out of manganese if I should, you know, should so choose, is what I was trying to say. There's steel. Throw steel in there. That gets me molten steel. And let me make sure molten steel isn't like other things where it only has specific strange purposes. So yes, once again, it doesn't look like I actually have all that many pressing needs for steel. Steel plates are probably what I want. Okay. Which is just a casting machine. Just standard old casting machine. Not an induction furnace. Really do need to run back and pick up more gears and circuits and stuff. You can do it. Come on. There we go. Okay. Casting machine. Up at about this level. Does seem a little excessive since I've got this a little more compact. Yeah, this can consume 2 blast furnaces worth of steel ingots. So I'm probably going to go ahead and just bring you down somewhere more around here-ish. And that way, I know there are more things that consume liquid steel, and if I need them, I'm actually going to move you this way. And if I need them, then I want room to be able to get to them. But for the time being, I don't have anything on the agenda but steel plates. That's not lined up properly at all. Hold on. I kind of forgot that part. Just gonna avoid all this steel here, I guess. Where do I actually want you to go? Let's work backwards. So the output line is here. So then you have to go like here-ish. Cool with me. You're going to produce steel and inserters. Hooray. Okay, very nice. Let's now flip you around. That's why you were usually over there. And do something like that. That way I can still walk through. And then that's going to produce steel plates. There we go. No idea what I need steel for at the moment, but I will probably just throw it in a chest in a similar manner to what I've done over here. Let me actually grab the... Well, whatever. It's fine as is. Might even be a good idea to put it a little bit lower, but I do want to leave room for more machine. So, even if I just kind of do something like that as a basic guideline. Yeah, something like that. Oh good, we've got big storage. I'm looking forward to big storage. I just realized the thing I copied from. I noticed this with iron earlier, but I guess since I copied iron from copper, copper is also not built correctly. There we are, and then let's throw the chests in. And the inserters. That works. Now, is that still making progress? Yes, okay. So we have just a couple random little things now, so I will just throw those up front, just random little red-only sciences. I guess I should probably make bronze as well. I know things are going to take bronze. It's just, it's difficult to be motivated to go and set up the process chain for something when you don't even have something that immediately needs it. So I might instead just not worry about it for right now. How are you improved? I'll look at you when I need you. How's that? I've got other things to worry about at the moment. So how are belts coming along? Let's go check on them. This is an interesting sight to see. Oh, it's gears. Okay, we're waiting on gears. That makes sense. Not like my iron production's much better than my tin production, so after that much work on tin, only makes sense, really. Especially now that I'm diverting a good chunk of it over into steel. In fact, let's see if I can finally work on iron a little bit. So these are... Yes, these are both working full-time now, it looks like. So I will make another one. Let's just make another one. That requires circuits, iron, circuits and iron. Okay, that can be arranged. I did say I wanted to grab more circuits and gears like 20 times now, so I'm glad it's going to force me to. I would really like to have a chest for basic circuits, but I can just steal some off the belt. I don't anticipate having to handcraft things with basic circuits for much, much longer, so hopefully that won't be a problem. But I might as well come over and grab some inserters as well. Now I need a little bit of iron. Let's go grab some iron. And I think what I will do is this very first chest on the line, I'm going to just disable the output on it for now. That way, whenever iron comes in, there will always be iron for me to pick up, assuming, you know, some has made it into there. Oh yeah, there is the gear handcrafting that I know and love. Alright, let's get this guy in. And I'm finally gonna fix your inserters. There we go. Actually, that is the output. This is the input. Ugh. That's a little better, I guess. It's still not good, but it's better. Actually, I just realized that's where my belt's gonna have to go, so none of that can be there. That just disconnected, like, the entire base. Sure, good. So we're gonna run you up that way. Do I have a gray splitter by any chance? I do not. Okay. So I don't think I'm going to have the ore to handle that, but it does seem like I'm now backed up on crusher speed. Or actually, this might be belt speed, looking at it now. I realize I'm upgrading from the back of the belt, which is the the worst place to do so, but if the whole thing's gotta be upgraded, then it's gotta be upgraded. Just curious to see if that does any real difference there, or if I'm still going to be backed up on stone. It looks like I'm going to be backed up on stone, so let's do that as well. But that doesn't need to be an underground anymore. Actually, that can be made to go that way. I think I'll underground that part and come down this way. And just see if that helps clear up the congestion any, but it does look like now we're well and truly backed up by belt speed. No more undergrounds, unfortunately, so upgrading anything else doesn't really matter. All the same, that's certainly more production than I had before. There we are. We're at least faster into this splitter now. Let me see. Crushed sapphirite. Let's go through that. Back in this guy. I suppose I'll go check and see if belts are coming along any better now. But the answer looks to be not really, because that iron income, it needs work. It definitely needs work. Yeah, there's literally nothing. Literally nothing up there. So, I'll take what undergrounds I can. I'll take some of the splitters. I don't know why that broke my brain for so hard for some reason. There we are. I don't want to take them all because I do want this to stop eventually, but I do need splitters also. Maybe I'll even put some more back. The undergrounds are... yeah. I need to work on the undergrounds. I might even have to handcraft some undergrounds. I do like having all of the large storage options now. That's very nice. There's a better way I could rework some of this in here so that it doesn't take so many undergrounds. Yes. Okay. Then I have some of these grays on me, so I think I will just use them to underground these guys instead. And that way I don't have to use the more expensive yellow undergrounds. I could be mistaken, but I think that means I have full yellow belts coming in from the mine, in through the crushers, up through this way, and into here. Okay, very nice, very nice. This one's still a gray belt, but he can be a gray belt, that's fine. Snow really is just a matter of capacity. So these guys are definitely not keeping up, so I do just need more. So let's add more. That's the best problem to have, you know? Let's go grab stone brick. Does look like I keep getting caught on, oh, this is still gray. Okay. It's one of the most expensive stretches of the whole thing. Okay, that's a lot more what I was expecting now from this level. So we're still going to need more of these, but I was surprised by how backed up this belt was initially. So let's keep it going. Can I make that? I can't make that. Okay. I just have to find somewhere else these can plug into. Yeah, whatever. I'll just put these guys up here and then worry about it later. There we are. Don't really need that. And then just set all the recipes. Set all the inserters. Can't really get around that guy, but surprisingly I can still reach, actually. Ooh, and that's all my belts. I do have some gray ones, fortunately. So each of these output 2 items a second. A regular transport belt can move, well, it says 15, but that means each side of the belt moves 7.5 items per second. And if you've played Factorio before, this is likely something you know, but I'm just, you know, explaining the thought process here. So at 7.5 items a second per side, that means at 4 we would fully saturate a yellow belt. So I still do have quite a bit more room to build out if I so need to. I'm just hoping that isn't the case. But hey, you know, if I have to, I have to. This guy's definitely a lot happier than he used to be, so he's chugging along. Don't know why this inserter's down there. I made odd choices with my inserter placements at certain points. Wonder if yellow belt would help there. Like, it might, but the belt doesn't really look like an issue, but I would like to get the entire iron progression upgraded, you know. So there's that. And then I'll at least run up until here. Okay, so I kind of feel like I've been procrastinating for like an hour, but at the same time these are all much needed upgrades. It's just not the upgrades I wanted to be making. So iron should be flowing a little bit better. We should have that steel buffering over on the side. I do love the way the Angel's machines look. How much steel have I got over here, just out of curiosity? Like 200-ish, okay. That's a respectable amount of steel. Random bits and bobs that I know are important later, but we don't need right now. I noticed we're researching bullet damage. I would actually much prefer to have red ammo researching right now. How is power doing? Power's okay. I almost feel like I need to just kind of zoom out, take a breath, take stock of the whole procession here. So the mines are slowly but surely chewing through the starter patch. This is still sapphire up in here, so I guess I can move you and just throw you in the box of wonder, wherever you are. Well, you can go in there, you can go in there, very cool. I need a new box now. There are these little random strips of ore that I should probably start covering by now. There we are. They're just a little bit of a pain to get to with this pipe here, and the pipe really doesn't need to be there anymore, but then that means ripping it up, and who's got time for that, you know? Okay, so with the belt upgrades, we're definitely not taxing the crushers, the crushers anymore. So it definitely does seem like belt output was the bottleneck there. So if we need more ore, we can just get more ore if we are still having iron trouble. Which, looking at the belts, I'm going to assume we probably aren't doing fantastic for iron. Yeah, that's not quite doing it. So maybe it is time to just commit and start mining up that ore field. Oh, but that will require iron, of course. Gun Mark II isn't terrible. It takes a lot of steel, and I'm not confident in my ability to mine that much steel. Could go for large drills, but honestly, that's kind of the opposite of what I'm after right now. I want, like, laser-focused fast mining. Faster drills could be cool, but Radar Mark IIs could be cool. Why are you already, like, mostly researched, it looks like? Oh, maybe it's on the top. Okay, never mind. Just single player. I'm not, like, completely opposed to doing a multiplayer server at some point, but this is definitely a single player world. Let's see. Steel furnaces could be cool. I could just go for thread-only science. That shouldn't take too terribly long. But what I'm really thinking I want is military science, maybe? Because I am going to have to expand, but I'm debating between military science or trains, is really where my head's at right now. And military science would be nice to have, but really looking at military science, that's just one more level of physical projectile damage, and then you need... Well, okay, two more, and then you need blue. But I'm not confident that's the way to go, because trains are really what I need. Trains are really what I need. Maybe even assembler 2s aren't a terrible idea. What is the line that leads me to trains? Just need engines and red belt. I think that's probably a good idea. I think that's probably a good idea. Let's start with that. If I need something else urgently, I can always just move it to the front. Speaking of which, let's actually do that. There we are. Just because I do want to scale up my ore output, but I know that as soon as I do that, that starter patch is kaput. This seems to be backed up now, which is interesting. Maybe I need some upgrades on you as well. Though you seem to be backed up to here. So one sorter is actually not capable of dealing with this much output. So if I wanted to expand you, I would just need a sorter, actually. I'm going to come down and just check on power. I haven't checked this whole setup since I built it, and I wanted to make sure everything's running along. Are you mostly... Yes, you're mostly charcoal, a little bit of coal here and there. Wood's still running just fine. If anything, it's almost backing up, which is interesting. But I guess I'm not using that much wood. Alright, let's go get those drills down. I know I made some. I already placed them. Well, I can put 2 down. Yeah, there's absolutely no organization in this patch right now. It's just wherever I can fit on there going. I'll probably... I say I will probably come back and make it nice. I probably won't. Let's just be honest here. But at some point I will finish out that patch, and when I do, I need trains. I think I did research red ammo. Let's go get red ammo production up and running while I'm waiting, because in order to go claim my nearest patches, I will need to wipe out a couple bases, and I will probably have to deal with medium biters when I get there. I haven't actually had any biter attacks or anything this entire playthrough, which has been quite nice, but I am afraid that it's maybe making me a little complacent. In fact, while I'm saying that, let me save a quick backup copy real quick. Like, you always got autosaves to go back to, but sometimes it's nice peace of mind to just have your own backup there sitting in wait. So I've got 3 assemblers. I currently have nothing creating yellow ammo because I ripped that out to put grain science down. So let's say I put yellow here. I forget what the ratio is actually. Let me see. So it's 1-to-1, but this one takes 6 seconds, this one takes 1 second. So one of you can supply 6 of you. I'm cool with that. I don't know why I picked that up. That was exactly where I wanted you. So one of you. And then you will supply 6 of these guys. Not that I need 6 of them right now, but that is, that's the idea. Could I not? No, okay. I was trying to think if there's a way I could direct insert here, but that doesn't really make any sense. So set your recipes. You need steel plate and lead plate. You need iron and coal. There's the iron. And let's bring that coal up here. I don't actually know if there's anything else I'm going to need to bust coal for. But it gets to stay. So let's get power hooked up to all these guys. That's yellow taken care of, so we need lead and steel. I think I can manage that. Granted, I don't think I'm even making lead plate at the moment, but that's no big deal. I just need a couple casting machines. Which I will one day remember where they are. Like that, I believe. One more forward. That way you can do that. There we are. Probably didn't even need two, but I have two now. Up you go, and connect them up. This will be lead plate. There we are. Not gonna bother yet with the whole buffering setup for the lead plate, just because I usually do that for things that I know I'm going to need for handcrafting, and I don't imagine I'm gonna need very much lead plate for handcrafting. On the other hand, I'm not really sure where it's going to join the belt at, and I'm also out of yellow undergrounds, which is unfortunate. And as soon as I'm done making red ammo, then I have to set up engine automation, so it's not like I can just put this off for a little while. So I might have to go back to using gray belts for a bit. Even though I have the yellows, everyone loves yellows, yay yellow, but it is what it is. Let me find a little spot on the toolbar for them. There we go. It's not like lead really needs a throughput gain anyway. We're fine with just the grays. Might even grab some gray belt while I'm at it. So the top is literally just one belt of iron, one belt of copper, one belt of tin. I would have liked to have been able to leave room for another line of metals, but then the last line is taken up by circuits anyway. I suppose if I needed another line of one of the metals, that's going to be difficult for my current setup down there anyway, so this is fine. If I do, like, completely run out, as I've said before, I like using the priority splitters when I do a bus. I just can't because I can't support that throughput right now. But if you use priorities, then once you notice that a belt has run out, you can just run a new belt in and replace it. That doesn't really help me much with lead plates, though. I do truly think maybe the best I can do is to just run them on the underside of wood. That's the best that I'm seeing right now. So that's where they're gonna go. Which means that steel has to go below that. Is there not a fourth thing that goes on this? Ah, there was, but then it's gone. Okay, so then I think what I will do is I will have... I don't think I'll need wood anymore. So that's not on the belt either. So while I will leave lead down here, I think this is a great opportunity to have steel come up and join this level. Like that. And then lead can take top spot here. Input belt. We've got input inserters. And then output inserters will be longhand inserters. Like so. And for now, they will just go into a chest. They will be needed for military science later, so I'm not worried about overproducing them or anything. They're just gonna go in a chest. I lied. I care about overproducing them. They get a limited chest. So this line right here is mixed steel and lead, so maybe I won't run that down like that. This is just a placeholder for when we can get nickel through. Okay, so let's worry about lead first, or rather, steel first. So we want that to be coming up here. Ooh, I would really like to have yellow undergrounds for this part. Let me go see if there's anything I can do about that. There are 2. Okay. Well, at any rate, I will take what I can get. Here's the underground for steel. It comes in. And there we go. That means that one will be for lead. And I'll have to do like that. And then the same thing down here. Just for every single bit. And it's one too far. Of course it is. There we go. Just fix that up. Oh, and this side too. Oh, which actually interferes quite a lot with getting steel up. That's real painful. Yeah, that's tough. Okay, steel will have to come in earlier, I guess. Like that. And then, yeah, just to be consistent, I'll underground there, why not? And up you go. Okay. That was more of a nightmare than I expected it to be. We also aren't currently making lead right now, so I'll have to go sort that out. But I can hand feed it a little bit, just make sure everything's working. Yep, and slowly but surely that'll be red ammo. Actually have an incredible amount of yellow ammo on me, so let me not forget to try and shove that in everywhere that I can. I might even just do something like this. Just because I have so much yellow ammo on me. I'll keep like 200 just in case, but I'd really rather it all turn into red ammo. Yep, there we go. Okay. I'll throw this random bit of steel in there as well. Anything else I've got? I have a small inline storage tank. Sure. That's got to be from the algae setup that I picked up before. I'm actually hoping that I didn't break anything to do with the mud and the tree setup. Do I have a radar down there? Oh, I do. Okay. You still cool? Yeah. Okay. I knew I had those pumps there, and I wanted, or tanks. I knew I had those tanks there. Wanted to make sure I didn't somehow break that, but everything looks fine. I am reaching that point again where I just have so much junk in my inventory. So, let's see. Now that we have red ammo going, we are going to want engines next. Engines, I believe, take steel and iron, so we really just need to amp up iron production. No two ways about it. Are you... Yeah, you're rarely running. You are rarely running, it looks like. Yes, okay. And our sorters are no longer running constantly because the ore supply doesn't keep up. Yep, the crushers aren't running constantly, we just need more ore. I will be quite happy once I have this problem sorted out and I can just hoard gores, yes. I can hoard gears on myself again. I realize in doing this I'm just further depriving the belts, but oh well. I don't have any hope the belts are gonna sort themselves out, so I have to do something for it. Can I get just a little more shoved in here? Looks like so. That's a hole you're in front of. Get a couple more just shoved in here. It's really bothering me how ad hoc this is, if I haven't mentioned that recently enough for you. Okay, it is time to replace these inserters with regular inserters so that I can rip up these steam pipes so that the ore field doesn't have to be terrible. we go. And now pick up the last of the pipe, well, at least the last of them over here. And replace these guys too. Then we just gotta get power absolutely everywhere in here. There we go. Okay. Now, at long last, I can rip out these pipes, and this mine doesn't have to suck. What is this going to? That's going to be... oh, that's just a big roundabout like that. And you aren't even running anyway. And that means all of this can get picked up all the way back to the the boilers. There we go. Okay. That was a lot of cleanup. I feel like we've done a lot of cleanup today, but some days are just like that. Sometimes if you don't take the time to clean up when you can, you're going to be forced to clean up when you can't, you know? No, I don't want to hand mine ore right now, thank you. Maybe later. So, honestly, a lot of this stuff, there's just little scraggly bits of ore up here that can kind of just stay. There's not a lot to be done about that, really. I do know that I said the whole point of doing this was to clean up, and it doesn't really look like this is going to be much cleaner, but it is going to be better coverage. So it doesn't have to last as long. And I'm trying to mine around the edges, that way this last little bit can be reorganized and better. There we are. These guys still need power, so let's just plug them in, and then that should be a little more ore, I think. But, more importantly, it's going to mine out these weird little creases and edges, and I don't have the giant pipes going every way, so I feel better about it, if nothing else. Maybe I'll throw just a few more down. How is pollution doing? Ooh, pollution's getting a little scary. Yeah, there's a couple bases, like, in almost every direction that I'm getting ready to hit, so I should probably try and preempt that now, especially as I'm expanding my mining so much. Oh, I was wondering why engines were taking so long to research. I did disable green research, so I suppose that makes sense. Let's come up this way, and I'm going to see how much red ammo is up there. I'm hoping some? Oh, there's no lead. Okay, I have to fix lead. So the problem with lead is that we just aren't buffering the nickel output, so I just need a couple boxes. Easier said than done, apparently. There we are, and while I'm up here, I'm going to grab a couple inserters, just to keep me going for a while. And the nickel down here is just going to go in a box. The same way that the silicon over there is just going in a box. Forgot to leave power bowl rooms. Let's actually move those guys. There we are. Run the belt. And where can we connect to? That looks somewhat reasonable. Is that? Yeah, don't need that. Okay. So that should allow lead to start moving again. This is steel. I'm looking at steel. Let's actually look at lead. So yes, the lead is coming in. And there it goes. Slowly but surely. And 24. Okay. So that's going to start production again. Unfortunately, some of that's going to go over to soldering, but some of it is going to come over to this guy, be turned into lead plates, and that will re-enable the production of red ammo. In fact, can I... Is there any chance that I might be able to increase the amount of production of lead? It's hard to tell with everything backed up, but I could probably get another sorter down, and that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. In fact, let's go ahead and just connect that. What do I need? More iron, of course. So let's do that. Let's get lead up and running. And I think immediately after that, I am probably going to try and go handle some of the nearby biter bases, because if I don't, they're gonna bite me first. Oh, sorter? I'm so used to having to expand up there, I just kind of defaulted to going up there. So let's get you down. And... there. I know I've been, yeah, that would bother me, actually. I wish the inserters were down here. I feel silly for having to drag the belt all the way up there, but that's the way all the others have been, so, you know, it's the way it'll be. Do that, I guess. Throw you in there. And you in there. Okay. you're definitely able to handle a lot more throughput, so that should be fine. This is then being split 2 ways, so you can definitely handle that. And then lead plates. Yep, so the lead plates are just now starting to trickle in, so I should just now start getting more red ammo, because right now we have like 50, and I don't think that's going to gonna cut it. If anything, I'm almost wondering, like, what can I work on while I wait for some red ammo to start trickling in, and I'm hoping I even have the time to go and work on other things. Fortunately, gears seem to be coming in better for these guys now, but that's probably because you've backed up already. Granted, that was kind of the intentional part of the design, is that we would back up on belts, and then that would allow us to start making underground belts. I just wish it was a little more even. This guy, doing a good job, just sitting here in his, like, 4-way cross underground path. Yeah, definitely need to go take care of that. Would be nice if I had even just, like, a car or something. That would be cool, but, I don't think I'm gonna be able to wait that long. So let's just go clean up. I might handcraft a couple grenades if possible. They just take iron and coal. Let's just grab some iron and coal. There we are. A couple at least. I might try and do some... I'm not going to do the spawner cheese with walls. I'm not generally a fan of game cheese like that, but I might throw some walls down in front of my turrets just so they don't get immediately smacked in the face when I put them down. I would like to have just more turrets also. Yeah, not a lot of gear, not a lot of gear production. I was hoping to be able to snag 1 or 2, but looks like it's handcrafting. Let's go ahead and save. And I'm going to just see how far this gets me. It's entirely possible this might not be enough, but, you know, that's what we're finding out. Okay, let's stop right around in here. Grab the repair packs also, throw them down. I'm not sure what your aggro range is, but it's probably around right here. Okay, you're cool with letting me build here, so just gonna throw that down, and I'm gonna just start creeping in. Oh yeah, picking up walls takes a while, I kind of forgot, but it's generally worth it. It's generally worth it. These first couple bases where anything and everything can go wrong. Oh, you are just sitting in goo, so let's move you, I guess. Oh, and of course they're gonna come for my face. That's why I said walls are kind of cool sometimes. Oh, let's just throw that in there. Alright, I could probably just deal with these. Let's just get in here. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Maybe I over-prepared a little, but, you know. I was honestly expecting medium biters when I showed up, so the fact that they're still small biters was, you know, that was cool. There we go. And let's just carry on down to this next base down here. Just gonna clean house a little bit. Who is that? That's a small worm, okay. No big deal. Oh, I wanted to put you in there, please. There we go. Very nice. And there was, like... Yeah, there's this guy, and this guy down here, and this guy, and this guy. There's quite a few bases around, so let's just clean them up. And then we'll get back to doing factory stuff soon. Ooh, my ammo might not even last that long, honestly. There we go. Just want to make sure I take out the worms first. And done. Repair this. Oh. There we go. It just bothers me having to carry around the damaged turrets more than anything. And let's see, where's this last guy? I think he's right at the bottom of this cliff. Oh, he's right here. Okay. Let me just run straight into you. We heal up just a smidge. There we go. Alright, where is the next one? We got one down here and one over there, and after that I'll probably call it good. just slowly walk my way on over there. That's why cars and tanks and things are usually pretty nice for doing this, but alas. Oh, why are you damaged? Just hold your own for a second, little buddy. I'll be back. There we go. Move you out of the goo. Prepare you. There we go. Alright, is there anything else? There's this one guy, okay. Well, we've needed to do this for a while, and I'm a lot less nervous about my pollution cloud now, so I should be able to ramp things up a little bit better. I just have to actually get over to him. Is there any just easy fish I can skim from the side here? Can't reach. I don't think I can eat the weird alien fish. I haven't tried, honestly. I'm afraid they'll just poison me or something. I completely forgot that before I set out I'd made grenades. Where even are my grenades? There you are. You know what? Just for fun. There we go. Okay, let's go back home. You're probably in Spittergoo, so I'll just move you. There you are. And pick you up. And with 6 rounds of red ammo left to spare, I'd say that was pretty tight, but definitely worthwhile. Got some alien artifacts too. Not that I have much to do with them at this very moment, but nice to have. I forgot this was even over here. I guess I haven't been over this far in a while. It stands there as a monument to my shame. Alright. Now that those are cleared out, tin is backed up. Iron is kind of running, but it could be better. Let's see if I can't improve the iron situation, but that's going to require making more mines. There's engines. Green science is coming in too, which is kind of cool. That's all running again. I can only make 3, but I guess 3 is worth putting down. How's power, actually? Power's okay. Oh, I just realized, actually, this is backed up. Adding more mines isn't gonna do very much for me. So these guys, what's the problem here? Your output is full. So you're just not able to output quickly enough? Makes sense. Let's swap these guys to output to the inside of the belt. Same here. Might as well do that for the top halves on this guy as well. I don't imagine it'll be useful anytime soon, but I guess I'll copy the same down here. Railway up next. Okay, very nice. Oh, you're still not able to output, are you? Okay. I mean, that is just a... Well, maybe it's not a belt speed. Maybe I'm unable to output something else? Oh, this is backed up now. It wasn't a moment ago, I don't think. Are you running constantly? You are. Are you running constantly? You are not. Because you can't output. Okay. Because this is backed up. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That I can fix. That's not too difficult. In fact, I even remember I have some of these in here, which will help with making those. I need iron. Okay. That's plenty. Very nice. Okay. Of all the problems you could have, an easily solvable problem is the one to aim for. Let's go. Let's go. There's one. Might as well copy that down. There's the second one. The third. Ooh, why is that awful? Anyway, one more. Okay. Bring you down and over. Oh, gotta bring that down. And there we go. Okay. Now, of course, this needs to be upgraded, which does mean an underground belt. But hey, we might even have one of those. There we are. Okay. 10! Wow. Incredible, really. And do we have any splitters? Oh, we're actually full on splitters for some reason. I guess because it gets priority access to all the resources first, so... I guess that makes sense. Okay, let's just see if adding the additional crushers was enough. It still looks pretty backed up to me. Yeah, it still looks pretty backed up to me. Yeah, I can get you as far as that, but that's not very helpful. Hey, look at that, this part's already yellow. Okay, is this enough? Like, I'm trying to wait and let everything cool down for a second. Just let all the backlogs run through. Okay, it looks better. It won't last forever, but it's definitely better. Let's get some of these random orbits thrown out. That can stay, I guess. We've got crushed stone. Let's go throw the crushed stone away. Okay. Now with green science, we're about to get trains. I do need engines, so let's worry about engines for just a moment. Where are engines? Even are. Engines! There you are. So you take, okay, pretty much the vanilla recipe. Iron, iron, steel. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Oh boy. Well, we do have more iron coming in than we used to. That's nice. Like, it's certainly not nothing. Let me make sure these guys aren't, like, backing up or anything. No, okay. I didn't think so, but I wanted to check them out. I haven't looked at them in a while. So yeah, you don't have full uptime, so they don't have full uptime, but that's fine. Yeah, you only produce 1 iron ore, so this is 5 iron ore a second, and you consume 6. So why don't I just go ahead and put down the last guy, and that way we are at least, you know, proper ratio. I see you over there. And yeah, that's great. So to make you, I do need more, just more iron basically. Should also re-up on basic circuits. Go. And that's 1. Okay, there we are. And now we can at least make this proper ratio. And kill power to just everything, apparently. There we go. Get some inserters in here. Trying to make sure I don't miss a spot, one of those gray belts. Okay, so assuming we have the ore throughput to keep up with you, because that's going to be 6 times 2, so 12. We need 12 ore a second. These guys... Yeah, 4 of you should be able to produce that. So in theory, we're producing twice that. It doesn't feel like it, but in theory we are. We are still keeping up with slag. I haven't noticed slag backing up here. I might start upgrading you to yellow belt. I can do that to the splitter, why not? That should free up a lot. Oh yeah, that's a lot better looking. Steel is still on a gray line, but I don't need more than a gray line of steel right now. Wonder what this is talking about. So, oh, the trains are different. So each train theme has different working values such as mass, power, capacity, braking, and max speed. I didn't know that. I kind of thought they were just skins, so that's interesting. Each train, with some small exceptions, has I can't read, apparently, has compatible copy-paste information, including schedule color, and these are also blueprint compatible. Okay, very cool. I'm not really sure what this one is, but I'm interested to find out. Okay, interesting. Ooh, very interesting. Okay. Anyway. While those are all very cool, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to them very soon. Though, actually, one of them is smelting. High-capacity cargo wagons. Interesting. Yeah, I don't anticipate I'm going to need this very soon, but it is a good thing to know exists. We also have crawler construction bots, which I've been very interested in for a long time, and have kind of been making my way towards. It's just, as with everything else in the game, you know, you have one thing you're trying to work towards and 8 things you have to work towards. So they do have passive provider and big storage, which would be very cool. Create ghosts when entities are destroyed. That's cool. Yeah, I really would like to have, even if they are slow and they don't work that well, crawler construction bots would be quite nice. Like, I'm not really sure if that's the most sane thing to go for immediately, but at the same time... Well, okay, I do need train stations. In fact, let's just move that up there. I have my eye on these two as well. That's probably going to be important sooner rather than later, but again, until I have power problems, I'm not focused on that too heavy. A car would be cool. I might move that up a little bit, but other than that, I'll throw crawlers right after. I might even put crawlers before a car, because honestly, I needed the car to do exploring, but we kind of already did our exploring, so let's just throw them up there and see what happens. How's all this going? Okay, we do have a couple, like, almost full boxes of red ammo. That's wonderful to see. Very happy with that. In fact, we could start military science pretty easily, because all it would take is walls, I believe, if the recipe hasn't changed. So, we have the stone bricks down below. Yeah. The trains are coming... Like, we're not out of ore, but it does start to make me a little nervous once the starter patch is almost entirely covered in drills, because then as every drill dies, your base loses just a little more throughput that you were depending on. Hold on. There's 5 ore right here. Let me just literally hand mine this so I can put a drill here. Two. 3, 4, and there we go. Okay. Now, move the pole. Oh, don't even need to replace it. You can go there, and I can put another right there. Can I just make... I can make a drill. There we are. Okay, let's go, that's about as much as I can do for iron at the moment, I think. So I am going to say whatever that is good enough, and I'm going to go start working on the engine area. I would really like to upgrade this to yellow belts, though. Even if it's just this, like, main throughput part. I mean, we don't even have iron on both sides of the belt, so I don't know how much that's going to help, but it is what it is, you know? Let's go work on engines. So to do engines, we will actually need more iron, so... where are gears? Of course there's no spare gears. I am still crafting belts, of course. Would just be nice. I might, for the time being, actually take that off. That way inserters will have access to it, and then I will also be able to just come by and grab them. In fact, that seems like a good idea. I might just make that permanent. I suppose I can take some of this off my hotbar now. I'll leave the fish. Not a terrible idea to just restock ammo myself. And then, right, let's make some engines. So, engines are very slightly different, though I think if you're familiar with the vanilla Factorio recipe, they all look very familiar, wherever they are. There we go. Okay. So you got iron gear, 2 iron pipe, 1 steel plate. I mean, that's pretty much the vanilla recipe. So we are going to need 1 gear every 10 seconds, not that big of a deal, 2 iron pipes, so 1 every 5 seconds, and then 1 steel plate. So we're probably going to have just a single gear assembler and iron pipe assembler out here. Just make them on site, and then pipe in the steel plates as needed. So a common setup that you'll see is something kind of like this, where you have your belts down the middle here, and one of these will make the gears, one of these will make pipes. Oh, that was stone pipe. Iron pipe, there we go. And then I could do this kind of funny, actually. So let's say we have iron coming in just like here, right? Then I could actually trim off one of these. You are gears. And let's longhand you on the... Yeah, longhand you, and then you go here. So we have pipes and gears on the same belt, and then we'll have steel coming in on this belt. So then our inputs are basically just iron and steel. Iron's right here. And then we'll bring steel in right there. Unfortunately, the yellow undergrounds are still a little expensive for us, so I am... There we go. I'm going to use a gray here. I mean, steel's on a gray belt already, so not exactly a big deal. does mean we will have to underground these here. There we go. Connect them up, move the steel in, and drag it forward. Of course, this does work better with power. And we'll just start making engines up this way. So, engine, there we are. If you're curious about ratios, this is 1 gear a second, this is 1 pipe a second. We need 0.1 pipes per second, so in other words we can support 10 of these easy, and even if we wanted 20, then we would only need one more pipe maker, like down here somewhere. For now, I think probably 4 is going to be more than our meager production can support, so I'm just going to do 4. There we are. And so, input, input, oh, and out of inserters. There we are. Let's grab 50. And hey, there's a couple hundred gears in here. How nice. So there we are. And then input, input over there as well. And output on the side. So for all of these, we need a pickup long arm. And same here, pickup long arm. There we are. Let me just move that in so that they match. Okay. And then we have to merge our engines, which isn't the best, but they'll just go somewhere. So you'll notice that engines are used in a few things, but I'm not all that concerned about having to belt them because they are used in blue science still. So we're just going to belt them over. We'll use some for trains and things like that, but that's going to be just handcrafted. And, you know, electric motors and blue science will get engines as and when they need them. It's not going to be really belted. It's just going to be here. Like, it's not going to join the bus or anything, but anything that needs engines will just be built right over here. So, how close does that get me to my first train? So, most of the way. We need some steel and we need some engines. We need a good bit of steel or rails. I might go ahead and set up rail automation while I'm waiting for engines, actually. Engines can just go that way. Maybe it's kind of like its own thing. I want to make, like, blue science, but I know I'm nowhere near blue science yet, so... Maybe these just go in a chest for now. Or maybe I just plan for this being like an electric engine setup. How far am I from electric engines, actually? I could literally make those right now. Yeah, I could literally make electric engines right now if I wanted, so I'll just leave it like this. And... yeah, I'll leave room for them, like that much space. That's reserved for electric engines. And let's see. I do want to get rails up and going, so let's do rails next. I'm still thinking through the blue science thing. Like, I don't want to make engines again for blue science. I would really like blue science to be able to just be here, but if you look at the requirements for blue science, wherever it even is, there we are. It's yeah, we're not getting to blue science anytime soon. So no use in worrying about it quite yet. Let's just that's engines. Well, I needed more engines. I'm actually out of the gray belts now. Let me go grab some of them, because I don't want to use yellow belts for just running, like, stone. Just grabbing more iron as the opportunity presents itself. Always need more. Make another couple assemblers, and just start, like, here. I think that's probably more than fine for rails. There they are. They need stone, steel, and wood. So I do actually need that wood from earlier. Yay. Fortunately, that doesn't mess up too terribly much, because the only thing I'd put in its place was lead. So I just have to move lead back down a spot to where it originally was. There we go. Just dragging all these belts so I remember the spacings for everything and where everything goes. And then you are one of everything, so it doesn't really matter what shares. In that case, stone and steel would make sense to try and share up here, and then I'll bring wood in by itself. I might actually want to move this literally just one square that way. There we are. And then another long hand, and another long hand. So let's do the stone and steel first, since that's going to be a little more difficult, got a little more to get through. I would like some yellow undergrounds, if at all possible. Let's see if there are any. No, literally none. Okay, awesome. Here, have some of my own precious gears. Okay, that's enough for now. Okay, so we're going to have you here and you here. This makes all this other stuff much simpler. Don't even have to touch any of these. These, however, are a little more tricky. So if I want... Yeah, there we go. So if I want steel and stone together, then coal isn't too much of a problem, but this is a problem. So let's have right here something like that. But then that does mean that I'm going to need... Yeah, let's get rid of all of this for now. It's just kind of in the way. So then you turn upwards like that. Actually, you could be forward 1 square. All these 1 square differences are really something when you're dealing with these 2-block gap things like this. Just off by 1 errors, they'll eat you alive. Okay, there we go. And then... What is the max length here? There we go. Might as well get all the use out of it that I can. Okay, and that's the wood. Oh, come on. Okay. And that should just begin producing lots and lots of rails. Let's say, like, that many rails for now. I'm not going that far, but I would like some. How am I on you? Okay. And then you just need steel? You just need steel. Very good. Beautiful, okay. So this is an important one because up until this point I've been completely limited on just that one starter mine, and like I've said a couple times now, every time I add more extraction to it, it's just bringing me that little bit closer to running out. So I've been kind of scrimping and saving here. Oh yeah, look at all these drills that have already run out. Can I even replace these? Not without mixing ore here. I can get something here. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sure. Anyway, like I was saying, this isn't gonna last very long. Hey, Nano, how you doing, man? This has not been the most productive stream. It's been a lot of putting out fires and redesigns so far. I'm literally only just chugging through... Oh, see, I don't even have a radar up there. I'm literally only just chugging through green science right now. Let me throw a radar up here so I can actually see. Where's a good spot? Sure, that's fine. But, believe it or not, it took me until only about 2 or 3 hours ago to get the yellow belt set up. And as you can see, production has not been happy about that. So I've been very carefully managing my, my activities so that I could get trained so that I could expand as soon as possible. Yeah, that's kind of just the general experience, but a lot more today than it was even yesterday. Like you can see, I have pretty much my entire starter patch here tapped, and every time one of these mines goes out, it's just... I feel it, you know? And there's still, you know, thousands of ore left in here. It's not like it's running out in the next 10 minutes, but at the same time, it was running out and I had no real way to replace it. So I'm much happier now that I have trains researched and I can go and tap these over here. I even went and cleared all the neighbors out recently, so I'm ready to go. What I am probably going to look into is just how much power I'm able to get out of these guys down here, because they're... Why are you stopped? Why don't I have carbon dioxide? Hold on. You're not running. You're running. You're running. Am I just not supplying enough anymore? That's entirely possible. How much do you make? You make 52 a second. You guys take 5 a second, 5-ish. So I could supply 9 of you. Why are you not running? 0.75. Oh, I'm just not making enough. Not only do I not make enough, you aren't running constantly. That makes sense. Okay. Okay, let me think about how to improve that then. How much cellulose do I get from wood? So, 2 to 1. And you are also 2 to 1. Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea to just sneak a little algae off this top line here and make a little more of this. Unfortunately, that's not really the way this was designed to work. I guess you don't have to go here, though. Yeah, you definitely don't have to go here. Especially if I'm going to use algae instead of wood going forward. Or even just supplemental algae. Yeah, and I'm definitely not making enough down here either, so... That would... Yeah, see, already there's something I could majorly redesign, is this entire area, and that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do this. This entire area in here could easily be redesigned much better. But, you know, that's a problem for future me. So... Let's see if I can't just grab an assembler or two and start making more wood chips. I know this isn't a one-to-one, by the way. It's just that's the way the initial design came out, and I haven't bothered to change it. I figure at some point I'll probably upgrade these to assembler 2s, but at the moment I don't have the throughput for that regardless. first step that might be helpful, actually, is if I could do this. Too much copper backing up iron. I've been in a very similar situation, not in this playthrough, but just before, where... I'm trying to remember, it was some sort of sodium, I believe, that I was backed up on, and I could not find anything to do with it. I was just putting it in warehouses, and by the end of the game, I had like 12 full warehouses of this random white byproduct. So, I'm not making nearly enough wood to support this. Why is that? Okay, you guys are running. Maybe I just want another one of you? Can I make another arboretum right now? Where's bio? There's arboretum. Okay. Okay, there we go, and move you over there. And an inserter, and I'm assuming the power bowl. Yep. Okay. Oh, drag you over, and add that. Oh, and your own power bowl. There you go. Okay, very nice. Well, that's going to increase wood a little bit at least. But in the meantime, I'm going to change these to algae recipes. Probably that one? Yes. Okay. And this is still not enough. I'm gonna need another one of these, but I'm just kind of out of room. And even then, how am I gonna get the algae up here? Maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this up here. Maybe instead, I just focus on wood. Get more wood, make more from wood up here, and then I'll have a separate... What are you, a liquefier? I'll have a separate setup below with its own bespoke liquefier and its own bespoke setup of algae, and that just sounds better. Yeah, this is coming in from the top, so I think there's... I'm kind of saving this for another crusher room. How much room would that take? Yeah, that's a good bit of room. I really can't do anything on the left over here. Boy. Okay. Maybe this little corner right here. Maybe I'll try and build this one actually 2 ratios so it doesn't take as much room. So for you, can I make... I can only make one more. Let me go grab just a little more iron. I've probably spent nearly 2 hours now of, like, if you look at this playthrough as a whole, just running back for more iron. Okay, so there's this guy. Oh, why do I have ore? Throw you away. You're backed up. Why are you backed up? That's fine. You're backed up on ore, actually. That I couldn't care less about that. And so we'll do kind of the old circuit setup there. You will be wood fiber. Bioprocessing. Oh, there we go. That's what I mean. And then the algae one? The algae one. Okay. Everything likes power. Built it in. Built it out. Now where can I steal from? Ooh, unfortunately... Huh. Okay. I'm gonna need a yellow underground, which is in scarce supply. The belts are not my friend right now. Ooh, see? Kind of similar to what you were talking about. I've been amping up my production of iron ore so much that even though I'm just basically throwing it in a chest, I'm having a hard time dealing with this much copper ore. So I'm going to have to expand copper soon. Yeah, I've already got 2 full chests of copper and another one right on its tail. So once this fills up, my entire base crawls to a stop. I'm up here for a reason. Ah, undergrounds. There's 4. Okay, I guess it's better than nothing. Yeah, I'll have to make that work. Oh, I think I literally have one of these in my inventory. There we go. And yeah, just output up there. Can you handle that much? You might want another inserter, actually. Just maybe. And then we'll give these guys bonus inserters as well. Don't really know if they needed them, but they have them. Alright, now let's go put those undergrounds in the algae setup. Yeah, somewhere around in here. So these are the ones going to power everything. So we're just going to bypass those. And split right there. And there we go. So that's hopefully going to help things. Let me find, where is that? I made a liquefier, so let me just put that down. Yeah, just like right there, I guess. Could be worse. Except you can't actually input from there. Or at least that would be difficult to. Don't really see a better place though, so actually maybe you will just go there. You just get a funny little power pole right there. And then for your pipe, we'll just underground you. Where's your recipe? Yep, that's the one. Very cool, okay. Now, how much chunk... left me with a lot of junk, okay. There we go. I have quite a lot of charcoal on me, actually, so let me just dump this on the belt. Anything else I've got that I really shouldn't? I've got several things that I really shouldn't have on me, but they get to stay for now. So this also, of course, won't run full-time, but it is just to supplement the other one. And hopefully that's going to be enough production. Does look... I have this random inline storage tank on me. What if I just put you here and see if the tank dips? Does look like... Yeah, it's not like super stable, but it's not empty either. And it does look like it's going up. Yeah, it's definitely going up. Okay. There we go. That's that problem taken care of. Okay. I have a train, I have cargo wagons, I have a steam-powered drill for some reason. I do need train stations. Don't think I need train signals yet, but maybe. At least 2 of you. And, okay, so let me think about what I will need, because it's just about time to actually set out and start making things. I will need a whole bunch of drills. I will need a bunch of inserters. Chests would be cool. I'd like steel chests, so I'll go grab a bunch of steel. I'll need fuel, so I'll have to find... Well, okay, that's right over by the coal, though, so that's no problem at all. Yeah, let's start by just grabbing, like, a couple hundred steel. That's fine. Making a bunch of steel chests. So let's see, I want 32, I think. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. There we go. Let me even grab some extra steel for just in case purposes. And let's go find the inserter chest. It's around here somewhere. There you are. Let's grab a couple of you. I would love to have yellow belts for this. It would be really cool. But the lack of undergrounds makes that really tough. Actually, I already have a lot of splitters, but I'll take a few more. So that's chest inserters. I need the drills. And I think that's pretty much everything. Everything I'll need. I need a lot of iron to make a lot of drills, though. Gears would be really cool, but I will be able to pick up circuits at least. Because I was almost out of those. Come on, circuits. You can do it. And run them dry. Okay. Go ahead and grab those. Still only 12. Oh, I'm just out of actual iron plate. Okay. Oh, I should make a radar and a couple gun turrets as well. That's probably a good idea. Might even, how many walls can I make? I can make just some walls. Maybe even just wrap the turrets in them if nothing else. Do I have red ammo on me? Not really. Let's just take some. Alright. Let's just see how much of this gets me. You know, I just realized I don't have power poles. That's a thing. Like, it's not... The thing is, it's not even that bad to have to drag power poles that far. I just don't want to. Can I get better power poles by any chance? How long would that... That would take a while. That would take a while. Yeah, okay. I will queue them. I should queue them. Move them up. But I'm not going to wait for them. I think I will just build the station first, and then I will take power to it when I need it, and since it's not plugged in, it won't be producing any pollution and it won't be attracting any biters regardless. I had set a soft goal for myself today of trying to get to the introductory, like, chemical portion, like blue science portions. I am starting to get the feeling that might not happen, but I am perfectly happy with today being setting up outposts, because outposts are a big deal. It's a funny little train, because you can see my base and the ore patch literally at the same time if I just zoom out far enough. I probably didn't need a train to do this. In fact, it may be more inconvenient to try and train this. But you know what? I made the train and I want to use it. So let's go see what I can do down here. So what is nice is that right in the center here, if you can see, the texture is a little different. This is infinite ore. If you didn't know, Angels does add some small amounts of infinite ore that works kind of like oil patches. So it does require sulfuric acid, you'll notice in the bottom right, to mine it. But what it does is it will deplete. You'll be getting ore slower and slower as time goes on, but it will never stop. More inconvenient, probably. Much easier to not have a giant snake of a belt, definitely. Absolutely agree, yes. especially when belts are so expensive. My entire base, literally this entire base right now running, is barely able to create a trickle of gears. And that's just not gonna happen with yellow belts, which would mean it would be gray belts anyway, and at that point, what's even the purpose of setting it up? So I only have like 20 miners anyway. I do have to be careful to avoid the spot in the middle, because if I go over it, it will try to mine the infinite ores, and I'm not quite able to pump sulfuric acid over here yet. What I should do, let me just real quick sketch something out. It would be much easier if that wasn't in the middle right there. Yeah, there we go. That's close enough. I'm gonna make just a little grid-aligned blueprint here, just so I can drag them around. And that makes placing this so much easier because it avoids the middle part. Tempted to add filtered. Okay, so that is one way to get around it, yes, but if you have a blueprint with a regular drill in it and you just drag it around like that, it completely sidesteps the issue. Like, there is some non-infinite ore here that I'm missing that I'm not going to be able to mine because I can't get it just quite close enough. But at the same time, like, I will want it eventually, and then when I come and get it, then there's just a little extra scattered around. I don't see that as too big of a deal. Let's clean up just a little bit. Let's see, that's fine, that's fine. Really don't need you. Okay, that looks about good to me. Let's start getting all this actually plugged in. I only have 20 mines, like I said just a moment ago, so I'm certainly not going to be able to connect all of these, but we'll see how far I can get. Oh, that one's off. And let's just drag it up. Can't walk through there. There we go. Okay. Power pole. Power pole. Probably a little overdone on the power pole, but I'm literally still working with wood power poles, so you'll have to forgive me for that. Yeah, okay. That looks fine? That looks fine. So then, if all the ore is coming up and around, clear out kind of this general area. Come on, let's go. Oh, the rocks take forever. Come on, you can do it. Okay, so let's just see. So if I have you, you come like this way. That puts you here, this belt over here, and that should be the last one. I'll just place it in for show. Maybe I'll just ghost that. You can come up this way. Yes, okay. So that's certainly not 4 belts of throughput. I could easily compress that, but it's 4 belts. We're just going to call it 4 belts. There is this other mine over here, and it makes no sense to make a separate station for this, so I am going to just set up the miners here and run the belts up into this station as well. Cliff explosives would be nice, but that is a distant dream at the moment, so that will likely be a problem solved by underground belts, which are also a distant dream at the moment. So, until we have those many problems settled, I believe I will just have a train station right around in here. Let's just say, like, right there. And then I'm going to scatter, well, I'll throw the radar down for now. And then I'll scatter some gun turrets around, just to try and hold the perimeter. I'll defend this one when it needs it. So, is there anything to even defend from down here? There's this base way down there, but... it is what it is. I'll just throw some random little bits of ammo in here. This is more just an early warning system than anything, like, hey, maybe pay attention to me. There we go, and one more. Okay, is there anything up top? There is kind of something up top. It almost looks like maybe an expansion party or something was up there and formed a nest. So I will go ahead and add some guns on the other side as well, just to be safe. But like, maybe only 2. There we go. Okay. So all I have to do at this point is run power down, actually set up the station, and set somewhere for the trains to unload. Which doesn't sound like much, but that's still a pretty big undertaking at this point in the game. I mean, later in the game you can set these up in like 8 seconds, but for now it's still a pretty manual process. I knew I need you. So let's see. Color picker. We want... I don't have anything specific in mind, but you are a pretty dark blue. So maybe right around in there, that looks right. You could... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Did I settle on 20? Let's say 20, 40, 100. There we go. Get the train down. Copy that in. I do still need another head. I do want this to be a two-headed train, but I didn't have enough engines at the time and wasn't going to wait for them. So throw that in, and then just, you know, another train amount. If I had literally one more iron plate, I could make a rail signal and see where that lies, but... okay, that's enough room. That's fine. Okay, so I think I will go ahead and just set up this part here. Throw some chests in. And more inserters. Oh, I can't even really set this up properly without medium poles. So I guess I won't even provide this power. Let's go something like that. I can bring you down one. And that way, the first three can be you. And then those can be you. There we are. And there we are. So this is more than enough organizing, I think, for a station of this size. I don't anticipate this is going to be doing like 18 blue belts of ore or anything, so this should be plenty set up. I am interested to see if I can do anything to get research to start flowing a little faster, because I think it has stalled, and that has me a little concerned. Like, if I come up here and look, yes, there is no green science at all. That's because there are no underground belts at all, because there's no iron, okay? Yeah, there's just not enough iron, okay? I'm trying to even think at this point what I can do about that with this particular base. Because we are beginning to strain it a little bit, I feel. Okay, so this is filled with gears, this is filled with inserters. We have finally hit the point where we are starting to send gears up here. But even though we are sending some gears up there, it's not a lot of gears. I see this as gray belt, but it's certainly not belt throughput. You're not running, because you're not running, because there's no ore on the belt. Because there's no ore on this belt, that's a little concerning. Okay, you're backed up, this is backed up, stone is backed up, okay. You just have a full output, so I believe the problem is just that I need to do this. There we are. Merge you. Continue up. And I have a couple more splitters left. Ah. I believe I see the issue. Right. Okay. We need more buffering. The easiest way to begin that is to just upgrade the chests. And that buys me a little bit of time. Yeah, that's pretty... that's something. The bricks and the chest into consideration. Maybe I'll even... there's no power over there, whatever. Is there maybe power over here? Yeah, okay. I'll store a few extra bricks then. Okay, has that gotten everything moving again? Yes. Okay, very nice. Wow, we're still... that's still quite a lot of crushed stone coming in. Okay, I'm gonna do what's called a experienced gamer move. And that is, I'm going to pull out a trick that I've done before. I just need a clarifier. So, the problem is that if this stone all backs up again, then the entire base comes crawling to a halt. And even with this all going, we're finally at the point where just 6 assemblers making stone might not be enough to handle it, and it's not an input issue or anything like that. They're able to output, they're running constantly. We just can't handle this much stone. So granted, as the backlog begins to clear, it looks like maybe things are settling down, maybe they're not as crazy as I thought. But if you find yourself in a scenario where you really, really need to get rid of crushed stone just as fast as you can make mineral water with crushed stone and water, and you can make it very quickly. And as a liquid, you can then take that. I just made you, were you? You can take that and put it into a clarifier. And the clarifier will just void it. And that's very useful at certain points in the game when you just have too much stone. As it turns out, though, it looks like I don't have to worry about that quite yet, and everything's still kinda chugging along. It was just all backlogged, and now that that's cleared out, we're fine. That being said, how has that impacted iron? We've got, like, some iron. I swear, it looks like there's so much more iron going down here to steel than actually coming up to become iron, but I know that's not the case, just this one's moving faster. Okay, anyway, paving is a pretty good way to go about it. If anything, I need to pave just for the walk speed bonus. I spend so much time walking back and forth. I was talking about that earlier, actually. About how I've probably spent like 2 hours of this playthrough just walking from one side of the base to the other. Okay, let's actually focus. Like, what's even happening right now? I feel like I don't even know where I am or what's going on. So this needs power, but in order to get it power, I need power poles. I could bump them to the front, but honestly I kind of just want the construction robots to play with. I've never played with the crawlers before, so I want to see what they're like. Ammo's cool, engines are backed up, that's great. Rails are backed up, wonderful. Like, what do I need to be concerned about or working towards? I guess power isn't that great. I could go look at power. Yeah, we're almost tapped out on power. I did say earlier that I wanted to look at some of these other power generation things. So, if I go here, what is your deal? Consumption, 30 per second. Max temp is higher. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Does that follow for you then? So temperature goes up, yes, and your output 60. Okay, so it matches, and it just takes steel. Okay, so it's a straight upgrade. It is just better. If anything, since you're outputting hotter steam, that actually seems like you might just be a straight upgrade, like more power for free. Unless I'm misunderstanding that. This also seems somewhat new. Though I do remember playing with something that required this. This is definitely somewhat new to me. I mean, I'm not diving into this anytime soon. This is all blue science and all, but still. Fast inserter would be nice. Being able to go diagonally with inserters would be nice. Yeah, we'll let the current research as it stands clear out, and then I'll start worrying about it. I know there's might not even be a bad idea in the future to go for the faster mining drills, but honestly, for faster mining drills, you need faster belts, and I'm struggling to produce yellow belts to begin with. Mostly because I am constrained to a single belt of input, but even then I'm not able to saturate that single belt, so take that as you will. I'm surprised, like, that's not nothing iron. Like, there's some iron coming in. I'm just surprised that we're getting 0 research out of it. At this point, I do just kind of want the research. I might disable the limit here. Just for a little bit, yeah. Let the research flow. Because I am interested to see what these are like, but more than anything, I would like to get just more income. That would be nice too. Perhaps if I come down here and I just stare at iron hard enough, it'll start producing faster. So yeah, we are definitely taking my full input now. These guys are occasionally locking up. Just every so often. Like it is 4.5 items a second output, and one yellow inserter probably isn't going to be able to handle that. Let's do the same. Oof. Power pole's right in the way. Yeah, okay, whatever. We'll just bring the belts down, I guess. Well, I think we're starting to reach my endurance limit. Not even of the game. I think my voice is just getting a little hoarse, and between you and me, I'm starting to get hungry. So I'll probably try and find a good place to wrap up before too long. Man, looking back, it's hard for me to even think about exactly what I've done, but then at the same time, I know that I've scaled up a lot. Like, when I started the day, I had a single single sorter over here on iron, and we're up to 6 now, and I'll probably expand before too long. Didn't have lead or steel at all today, so I've definitely made some progress. It's just one of those things where there's progress that I wanted to make, and I didn't make that progress. But at the same time, I've definitely made some progress elsewhere. Maybe I'll allow the research for the crawlers to finish, play around with them for a little bit, see what they're like, and then I'll probably call it quits for today. Wonder what the recipes are for these, so I can be prepared at least. So, looks like steel and iron, steel and iron, steel iron engine, some green circuits here and there, steel, okay, mostly steel and iron, couple green circuits. So, I guess if I'm waiting, I might as well go ahead and collect some materials. Just vacuum that all on up. There we go. And here's some steel I can steal. There we are. That's probably plenty of everything. Let's see. What's the prediction? 40 seconds. Okay. I can run around for 40 seconds and wait. Oh, I did need an engine, actually. Let me go grab an engine. Yep, I think 25 engines will probably cut it. Actually, I wanted to make another train anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and craft that. I'll come back tomorrow and not notice there's a train in my inventory for 4 hours, but it is what it is. 10 seconds. Okay. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, alright. So, what's new? So, make just one of everything. And one of both of you as well. So let's see what these guys are like. Let me make... Where are the actual crawler? I believe this is the actual bot. Construction bot. Okay, that's the container. This is the actual bot. And that's why it takes an engine. I'm down with that. Just make a couple of those. So... Passive provider. Ooh, that's a pretty small area. Let's just throw you, like, up that way. Oh, and of course you won't power it. Okay. Where's the other chest? There we go. Big storage chest. Okay. Okay, okay, I feel good. I feel good. This is cool. And then a construction zone expander. Okay, okay, I think I get the idea. So, these guys are really only construction bots, and they have to build with materials that you put close to their hub, but then you can run construction poles out with them. Okay. That's actually pretty cool. Like, okay. If I do something like that, and then I just throw available, I'm not really sure what the difference would be in this case, why you would use one of these over the other. Oh, this is for deconstruction. Okay. Right, so if I do like that, then they'll fill with wood. Okay. But then if I do like that, then they'll pull from there. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm very down with early game bots. That's very cool. Okay. And they look really nice too. Like I like the tower and the bots themselves. I like the the quadcopter drone aesthetic going on. That's very cool. They're not super fast, but you know, you never need bots to be super fast. You just need bots to be running. Okay. Gonna tear this down. And I am surely going to find some way to make use of these next time. Thank you everyone for coming out and mostly giving me tips. I get so many tips from chat. I've played this game... Okay, I've only actually completed a Bobs and Angels run like once, but I've played the game like 3 or 4 times now, and there are still so many times that people have had to remind me on different things. But anyway, thank you guys for coming out, and I'll see you next time. I'll probably stream again Sunday. My goal is Sunday and Wednesday. Those days seem to work for me, but if something changes up, I'll mention something about it on Reddit. So, always save, and I'll see you next time.